बस ଗୋଟେ ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ର बस ये लिंक दा शेयर कर शेयर 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 तळे अछि हेटी को कॉपी कर हां से कॉपी कर आशीर्वाद को व्हाट्सएप रे दे तो व्हाट्सएप कर दे कि मेल कर दे सर्चिंग आइडी रो मेल दे न जो भी ने कर रे सर्चिंग आइडी मेल टा खोल दे संग संग आई हां छेड़ा दे और एक्सेप्ट कर इंस्टॉल मॉल की डिजाइन कर चंदन मु जेतले कहिबी मार्कबुक रो एनी टेक्स रिक्वेस्ट देबो तो गोलापी को तो सबरा को मैक्सिमाइज कर दो एनी टेक्स टा और जूम टा सो दैट ऑल का स्क्रीन देखा हो क्लियर
حالي أنا. تمام. تمام. إيه عم بسمعك أنا وعم بحكي على القناة الثانية تبع الإنجليزي هلا. Yes, yes, yeah, this is the English channel I'm speaking on. Can you hear me now? This is the English channel. Can you hear me? أنا جاوبت على القناة الإنجليزية. تسمعني؟ كأنه في فرق. سمعت حالي كأنه في فرق توقيت. بس كأنه في فرق بين عم بسمع حالي. أي في تأخير. أي طيب.
I start? Please. More important getting the volunteer, and it is in one country it is about the industry of volunteer, and it was connected and related to the social and economic situations, and it is one of the sustainable visions and national visions, because volunteer is a prominent role in current societies, and to enhance the social coherence and to increase the productivity with the qualifications and the volunteers to participate actively in developing their societies. I think that it was fast. Yeah, I will try to slow down. The world recently is trying to change the criteria of employment. They depend more on the skills rather than on certificates. And volunteering is one of the most methods that enhance the volunteering among youth, because it provides them an opportunity to participate in different and various works and majors, which enables them to build their practical expertise through practice and dealing with people or the qualified people. Under this sensitive situation and critical situation in the world, and under the pandemic of COVID-19, the call for the conference that tackles and addresses volunteering in universities to participate in raising awareness of the importance of volunteer and social work, and the importance of moving from a tradition to a wider range through innovative methods to achieve the best results, especially among students and universities. كمان ملاحظة صغيرة، هي التست بيقلنا انه كتير مهم الحقيقة نذكر المتحدثين بانه ياخذوا بعين الاعتبار انه في ترجمة وراهم. هي ماريا بتسلم عليكم. فانه يكون سرعة الكلام معقولة. اكيد لا، انا حاطه هيدفونز على الموبايل وعلى الكمبيوتر، فانا عم بستعمل هيدفونز على الجهازين. We live in a world which is والله يا ريت تبطئ شوي، ولأنه حضرتك عم تقرا نص مكتوب وليس إنه عم ترتجل، فالنص كأنه ما عم تسمعوني مو؟ عفوا، بس كأنكم ما عم تسمعوني على قناة الإنجليزي. We live in a world which is changing quickly and deeply and timely and pacely, which needs that the academic situation should be coping with it. This should be with the coherent with the spirit of the world, with this focus on the initiative and keeping the tradition of the society. Some of the development studies estimate that the psychological and social results of COVID-19 would go on till 2013, and what we care about is to stop and address the results and the effects of this on the students of the university, and to handle it in a good way. There is a conflict on universities and academic institutions about the spaces of applied scientists and theoretical that should be taken into consideration by students, but all stress the need of students to opportunities, services, and support. So the conference comes to bridge the gap and to provide an environment, coherent environment, and for the targeted group, staff at the universities, students, and active in volunteer in public and private universities, innovative with social initiatives, guiders of students. The main goal to raise awareness by using the most development tools for the students at the universities. The other goals to view of all the reports and latest studies, to see all the experiments in this, and to provide opportunity to exchange our try to stress the idea of the level of the universities and the applied linguistics. To coordinate and network. The main goal is to build the university and to build the skills of the students, to have a space to define all the efforts, the exerted efforts, and to exert a good effort to develop the skills, to keep going on with the with the networking of the users, and to initiative, the main goal. To develop the culture of the initiative by the universities in the social initiatives. And the social goals is to enable the students to have to set off initiatives to serve the society and to enhance the universities for شو رايك استاذ قصي؟ بعتقد بكفي، صار لنا زمان يعني. استاذ قصي، ليش حاسه انه ما حدا عم يسمعني؟
In the name of God, all due thanks to Allah. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, sponsors, participants, attendees, we would like to welcome you. You have made us happy by participating and being present in our conference, the conference of the first People International Volunteering Conference, and it's talking about the volunteering in the universities, looking at the future and coming up with alternatives. With the first session, we start with this promo about People First International Conference for Volunteering. نعم شغال أستاذ قصي. We would like to thank the technical team and who have provided for this promo. And then we move, ladies and gentlemen, to the next item in our agenda, the speech of the organizing committee presented from Lebanon by Dr. Abdel Halim Zaidan, the head of the committee. The floor is yours. I would like to thank you, Mr. President. In the name of Allah, ladies and gentlemen, the BIVOL in its very short period of time had showed us that they are a good networking platform for volunteers around the world, and they showed us that they have been always successful. BIVOL have been always made us accustomed to coming up with new arenas of work and to gather everything where they have the services, sport, education, industry together, and that it's maturing very quickly as a platform, and it is having and addressing all the levels of the society and all the segments of the age, and find them good volunteering areas, and it gained trust. It had also showed us that it can go beyond geography, ethnicity, and language. It's a platform which is a cross-border, which gathers everyone. Which also activates the volunteering and inspires us, and it's always been sparkling platform. This platform had always showed us that they are good competitors, but they are never always successful and sparkly, but always winning the first after this first and the word after the word place. They have the golden medal. The head, the active Bashar al-Hiraki, the head of this organization, is one of the 100 most influential people in the social responsibility in 2019. BIVOL, however, was not ahead of everything just to get rewards and medals and to put them on the shelves of honor and exhibition, but it made it a capital of awareness, of credibility, of trust. And it had selected to use this very important capital to service the volunteering in a very important sector of the society, which I mean by not the sector, but the train of the higher education. This is the transformative sector, which is going to lead to being up and to be developed, and because this train is the train which goes beyond and transcends everyone. That's why the first international conference was under the title Development of Volunteering at the Universities, and the slogan was Foreseeing the Future and Creating Alternatives. There were some committees which have been established with this spirit of friendship and professionality. We wanted to challenge the situation, and each one of the committees have come up with criteria, and they have established their items. And for example, we have the coordination committee. There is the scientific also committee. There's also the exhibition committee. We have gone beyond all those obstacles we had in front of us. And this is the new features of this modern status for us. Now we see that those committees of preparation have shown that they have worked hard. They've shown that they are up to the level, and especially when you look at the numbers of people and the quality of their papers. Just to give you an example about the papers presented, about 140 proposals have been accepted. So they have fulfilled the criteria. Out of them, after the comparison, we have reached 8 only. And that's why the committees have also seen that they shall add more papers and proposals to the book of this conference, even if they didn't have the chance to be speaking today. And not even less dazzling, the number of the participants who are in the exhibition, which is about, until this morning, there were about 2,579 participants. With all due thanks to Allah, they represent over 51 countries and they speak 30 languages. And this official language of this conference is 6 international languages spoken at one time. This alone, and before just starting the workshops and the lectures, is something which we need to highly appreciate. It is a crown, a new crown full of jewels, which is the result of the volunteering efforts. This is a crown above the head of Bivol again. We have the crown of the international volunteering. And we always say it's all due thanks to Allah. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to seize this opportunity to greet first my colleagues, the members of the organizing committee, and then the heads and the members of the committees, and then all the people and the teams who have worked in support. And I would like also to draw the attention and thank all the the patrons, whether governments or charities. And I would like to thank also their guests representing the private sector, the organizations, and the businesses. I would like also to greet all the ladies and gentlemen participating, all the presenters, all this in this conference. And all these efforts of the organizers have been there just to be done to collect and put people together. I would like to thank you for listening. Peace be upon you. Peace be upon you, Dr. Abdul Halim. We'd like to thank you for this beautiful word. I would like to draw your attention again. If you are going to speak, try to be a bit slow so that the team of the translators can be able to follow on what you said and to present this to the listeners. Ladies and gentlemen, volunteering is the link between the individual and the world around. Volunteering is the impact which is left because of the small steps we make. Volunteering is our conscience, which does not want to stay on the same place. It is the conscience which asks us to have an influence on the surrounding. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move now to the official patron of this conference, the Ministry of Social Affairs of Kuwait, our beloved country, who's going to speak to us, the representative of the social Ministry of Social Affairs, and it's done through Ms. Manal Hajuri, the Deputy for Development in the Ministry. The floor is yours. Ms. Hana. Maybe she's a bit late. We can give the floor to His Excellency, the Ambassador. Mr. Khalid Spaih, are you here with us? Mr. Khalid Spaih. Okay. His Excellency, Dr. Haytham Abu Said. His Excellency Haytham Abu Said. Dr. Muhammad Atta Usturk. Dr. Haytham is here. Yes, I am. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to listen to, until Ms. Hana Al-Hajri is ready, we move now to His Excellency, the Middle East Ambassador to the International Humanitarian Commission, from Dr. Haytham Said from Lebanon. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for this important conference. First of all, I would like to thank the patron of this ceremony, which is the three ministries, Minister of the Youth, the Minister of Media and Culture, and the Minister of Social Affairs and Labor. First of all, allow me to start with talking about the volunteering. And this is a work which is done by an individual, a group of people, and which is through giving the time and allocating the time and effort to service the society. There's so many volunteers who do this specifically in the fields they work in, for example, the medicine, the education, or relief in case of emergencies. Some other people work on the level of the needs, for example, when there is a response to a catastrophe. The main difference between the volunteer and the volunteering worker is that the volunteers, they don't have responsibilities or specific hours of work. They can work at any time. They select through those organizations, whether they were public or private. Or third sector, which is not private nor public, but the working volunteers can only be working in charities like non-governmental organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to use this opportunity to thank Bivol and to thank the Tamyiz organization. A third is not private, not public. It seems that there is someone speaking. Dr. Haytham, that التميز الإنساني. But it seems that there is a problem in the sound. I don't know if you can hear me. Yes, we do. So I would like to thank the Social Tamayyuz organization and the head of our office in Kuwait, Mr. Muhammad, for making us capable of speaking to you through Zoom today, and for giving you some idea about what we are working on, especially in the Middle East, which has a specific cultural, educational, and humanitarian aspect, and this is part of our work as an International Commission for Human Rights, in addition to legislative acts as well as other legal acts. Within this framework, we work on Key NRHC, which is Kaizen News Project, which had been provided by Ms. Rima Farah and Dr. Rami Fawaz, which is targeting firstly the youth in Lebanon, the Middle East, and the Gulf area. Of course, after getting the final agreement from the United Nations ECOSOFT, this program includes a number of projects which are in harmony with the SDGs and the items of International Charter of Human Rights, as well as to combating poverty, SDGs, combat the health and luxury, good education, wash, clean water, and clean energy, as well as suitable jobs, economic development, creativity, industry, infrastructure, minimizing inequalities, the right to the cities. Allow me. Inequality, the development of economy, industry, and creativity and infrastructure, and to minimize the inequalities, sustainable cities, and the responsible production, climate change, marine and land life, peace and and also making peace and participation. Those are the 16 items of the SDGs of the UN combat, which is observing all the implementation of those SDGs. As an international commission, we are part of UN EcoSoft. We work with a number of specialists to see how we can adapt this to their societies and how to apply this to universities, schools, and Arab societies, especially when we talk about marginalized areas. And this is to have balanced development and equal development amongst the areas. All those slogans and titles I've just mentioned are issues which will we be presenting to the Gulf Council countries, and we have provided the draft of a protocol of cooperation with us with the Council of the Gulf, and we have sent this protocol to the Secretary General of the Gulf Council, and we hope that this is going to end as soon as possible, because it is it's good if you can have your Zoom on mute, please, and this will have a big impact on the Arab societies. And I would like to thank everyone who had made this a successful conference. I'd like to thank you for all your efforts. Thank you. Please, if you're not speaking, have your microphone on mute. Thank you, Mr. Haytham Abu Saeed, that's Ambassador for the Middle East for the Humanitarian Commission of Human Rights. We move, ladies and gentlemen, now to the speech of the official patron of the First International Conference of People, the Ministry of Social Affairs in Kuwait, Her Excellency Hana Saeed Al-Hajri, the Deputy Officer of the Social Development in the Ministry. The floor is yours. In the name of God, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, the patrons, peace be upon you all. At the beginning, I would like to give all due thanks to PVOL platform for organizing this first international conference for volunteering, and it's my pleasure to speak to you today. This is a pioneering issue. We are proud of this. The previous prince had been called the Prince of Humanity, and His Excellency, the Prince today, Sheikh Nawaf Ahmad Al-Subah, may Allah preserve him, is following on the footsteps of his forefathers and his father. And so having the first development and volunteering conference on the level of the world is one of the episodes of this same chain. From Kuwait as a people and as a government, we believe in Kuwait that the youth and the volunteering is important in the society, and this is why we give a lot of facilitation in the Ministry of Social Affairs. Under the we patron legally and officially all the NGOs and charities and teams volunteering in our country. We fully support all the efforts exerted in the volunteering arena, and this support is in a reflection of the positive role which this work is participating in to build the individual so that the whole society is developed and to have positive principles. I also evaluate the work of the people of the Kuwait volunteering. They are the incubator. Locally and internationally, we have seen them always in the initiatives on the front lines of volunteering everywhere, especially at the times of crisis and emergencies. Ladies and gentlemen, we see that we are highly appreciating our youth, the volunteers who have the flag very high at the heart of are the volunteers from the universities who go to volunteering through the right mechanisms. They have a variety of means inside Kuwait and outside. And I shall speak here. We would like to bless the Atamayaz Al-Insani for their volunteering initiative through this partnership with PVOL to be the incubator for registering the work of the volunteers from Kuwait. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end, I would like to thank and highly appreciate all the people present here, people and everyone, peace be upon you.
And peace be upon you, Ms. Hannah. We pray for Kuwait and for all our countries to achieve development in all levels of humanitarian and relief and even volunteer work. We'd like to thank you very much, Ms. Hannah, for this nice speech. Dr. Midhat, please, we need 5 minutes where they can exchange for translation, because now the presenter of the youth minister of Turkey will speak in English. So the speaker will speak in English. He is the presenter of youth. I suggest Ms. Bashar to take advantage of the time and to have a picture. Ms. Qusay, Mr. Qusay, please change the language channel. Yes. Now the speaker is going to speak in English, right? Yes, now we will be on the second channel, which is the and we will transmit on the other channel. And the translator would interpret what he would say. So this is the first channel for translation. We hear the voice of the interpreter, and the speaker would be on the other channel for English, right? Yes, now the technicians would make a change, prepare this, since we have a change in the language. So do we have time? We have a few minutes, so we can take a photo of Dr. Abdul Halim, please. This is your specialization. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would move to the section of our opening conference with Dr. Muhammad Atta, the General Director of the Youth and Sports Ministry of Turkey. Please, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Hello? I don't have any audio. Can you hear me? Hello? If you're hearing me...
Yes, please, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I had some audio issues.
No problem. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Greetings. As starters, I want to share that the invitation has been greatly appreciated. On behalf of the Turkish Ministry of Youth and Sports, I'd like to thank you for the kind invitation. It's always a pleasure to meet with volunteers around the globe. I'm hoping that the first online event of this BIVOL organization will be fruitful and will get stronger each year, inshallah. Volunteerism is, as all of you know, is a reflection of the beauties of humanity, and when combined with the dynamism of youth, the results are always very satisfying and impressive. Volunteering is not just a matter of our local or national organizations or interests, but has become a vital topic for the future of the world. According to the, I'm pretty sure that many of you are aware, according to the UN volunteerism report, more than 1 billion people volunteer globally, and this may be seen as an indicator of the importance the world attaches to volunteerism. Please bear in mind that the 7 life-changing goals known of the UN Sustainable Development Goals are in line with the goals of volunteering. We are all aware that a significant portion of the volunteering activities are carried out by young people. Not necessarily always, but a lot of times. In this regard, Turkey has, has a young population and is one of the remarkable countries with the highest potential of volunteering activities. So I can confidently share that volunteering is among the top priorities for this nation. And we are doing some international volunteering activities as well. Dear participants, with the increasing awareness of the individual and social benefits of volunteering in the world, the dissemination of volunteerism information has become a public policy for many countries as well. As the Minister of Youth and Sports, volunteerism is the focal point of all our activities. By the way, I want to share, make some screen sharing. Please excuse my excitement. I forgot to start sharing my screen. Give me a quick minute. Is it good now? Can my screen be seen?
Not yet.
What now?
Not yet.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I'll just cancel it then. I'll just go ahead and. I'll just close it. My apologies for that. Technical difficulty here. As the Minister of Youth and Sports, as I have mentioned, volunteerism is the focal point of all our activities. We declared the year 2019 as the year of volunteerism in order to launch a volunteering campaign on International Volunteers Day. We try to take every step within the context of volunteering. We carry out many activities using this approach. Universities where you can branch out and specialize are the most important centers for us, allowing the concept of volunteering to become institutionalized and gain new insights. As the ministry, we have carried out many activities for our university students in the field of volunteering. In June 2015, we established and put into service the Young Volunteers platform. It's gençgönüller.gov.tr. Let me code it, gençgönüller.gov.tr. And our motto is hard work. In order to create a culture of volunteerism, gathering individuals, especially young people, willing to participate in voluntary activities with organizations and institutions looking for volunteers in Turkey. This project is not devoted only to universities, but also it's one of the most active and intense participation is endorsed by university students. Our website is accessible in English, in German, in Russian, and in Arabic. In the Young Volunteers platform, which is based on equality and transparency and working on the basis of membership, public institutions and organizations, local authorities, universities, and NGOs seeking volunteers have the opportunity to post their adverts, while the volunteers can simultaneously access and apply to all ads under the categories of sports. First one is sports, culture and tourism, environment, disaster and emergency response, education, health, and social services. I will try to share my screen one more time because I know that this will be much better if we can possibly share the screen and website. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh, I'm going to ask for technical help. Web sayfası gözükmüyor. Lütfen biri yardıma gelebilir mi? Ekranı gösterirsek güzel olacak. Anyhow, I'll wait for a little bit for the technical support. In the meantime, I'll continue to save you time. In addition to our Young Volunteers mobile platform, we enabled our
Mr. Muhammad, can you try now? I think that you can now share your screen. This is what the engineer told me.
Okay, let me see. Is it seen?
Not yet. هل تستطيعون مشاهدة شاشتي؟
On my screen, I see my slides, but
على شاشتي أرى هناك سلايدات، يتم عرض السلايدات، عرض تقديمي.
I'll refresh. Try to change.
سأحاول تغيير طريقة العرض.
This is Zoom. This is Zoom.
هذا على الزوم.
I'll try one more time. If not, I'll say no luck.
أحاول مرة أخرى.
Okay, no luck. I think there's a technical issue. Anyhow, the platform that I have mentioned has more than is around 200,000 individuals and 2,500 different institutions, organizations are members, and nearly 25,000 advertisements, different events for volunteerism has been published. The Young Volunteers platform offers hundreds of volunteering opportunities in 6 different categories, and the education is the field within the highest number of these ads. Besides, I would like to mention about another project that we named it as Volunteering Movement Damla. Damla stands for droplet, the Turkish saying of droplet, in which local and foreign volunteers, young people from the universities of different countries may participate. Through this project, our young people may carry out volunteering activities such as visiting nursing homes and disability-free living centers, building up libraries with the collected books, visiting schools where immigrants are educated, and presenting gifts to elderly people, environmental cleanup tasks, planting trees, helping elderly people in home care, helping children in foster care homes, helping farmers with the harvesting process, etc. Within the scope of this project, about 12,000 people have been reached. Hundreds of volunteers took responsibilities in several provinces, even during the pandemic process. During the COVID-19 pandemic, 2,000, I want to underline this number, 2,200,000 meals are delivered to people in need by the volunteers of Damla Volunteering Project. It's been difficult and challenging times during pandemic where unemployment had been a challenging task. and also additional workforce has been supported through these volunteers. Within the scope of this project, supported by the ministry, we provide financial support to volunteering activities to NGO students as well. We have given considerable support to Reach on Volunteerism, which provides important data for the development of volunteering policies. There had been some cooperation protocols within provinces, within different governmental institutions, NGOs, etc. We also started a university level, undergraduate level university class. It's an elective course, 4 hours of theory and 8 hours of on-task application for university students. The examples can be, shared, but the website that I have provided, you can click in and see the pictures, videos of those events as well. Dear respected participants, like I have mentioned in the beginning, it's a great privilege to be part of this international conference, and it's great to share experiences. We have been listening to other presenters as well, and we are happy to get experiences of our colleagues on different parts of the world. As we are all aware, today's world is changing at a dizzying pace. It's a very fast pace. The age of information and technology has removed many barriers and borders, which is a good thing. Interaction between individuals and societies has reached to an advanced level. We don't have to be face-to-face like in this example. There are great opportunities to provide volunteer services online as well. We attach great importance to all our solution partners, international volunteer partners. We want to increase awareness. In this concept, I would like to put an emphasis on our activities in the field of volunteering project with ICYF in recent years. We really support the steps taken by ICYF in order to raise awareness on volunteerism and to inspire young people all around the globe, especially in the Islamic countries. Besides, we closely follow the works of BWAL, which is a platform, as we are all here, we are all aware, that supports and encourages with great success volunteerism work. The distinguished representatives from different countries came together today to exchange ideas on volunteering and the development of volunteering at universities. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to everyone who contributed to this organization. And my apologies for the technical difficulty. I really wanted to share the presentation, but if it's okay, I would like to email this PowerPoint presentation so that it can be an input to this BWAL organization. If you can distribute this presentation to our followers, it's going to be great. And I'm really hoping that the conference, the first time of we are having this conference, I'm hoping that it will be a great success and will continue for the second, third, and so many decades with increasing momentum in the upcoming years. Thank you all for bearing with me, for your patience and listening. Thank you so much, and wish you success with all your volunteerism works. The stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Atta, for the representative of the Sport and Ministry of Turkey, and thank you for your speech about talking on different topics related to volunteering, education, and your platforms. We'd like to thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, volunteering is something that causes happiness for others and participated in helping others. So now we would like to move to to our final session in the opening with the words of the patronage and the sponsors with Mr. Khaled Swehi, the head of التميز الإنساني member board and the platform of institution of Kuwait. التميز الإنساني is one of the pioneering societies that work in volunteering, especially in education through emergency time. So please, Abu Walid, the floor is yours. Peace be upon you. Am I clear? Can you see me and hear me well? Sorry to interrupt you. I am the technician. Please wait for a few seconds so we can switch between English and Arabic interpretation. Please let us know when everything is ready. There was 100 hours for volunteering applied to university students, and you know the platform that I wanted to So we are ready. So let's move on now to Mr. Khaled Sbehi, the head of the تميز إنساني Society in Kuwait. So the floor is yours. By the name of God, the most gracious and the most respectful, and peace be upon Prophet Muhammad and all his followers and companions. Oh God, make things easy for me. Actually, I'm so pleased and honored to participate in this first conference, which is a very distinguished conference for volunteering. And actually, the colleagues of the organization said that we have to thank and yeah, it is really necessary to thank first of all Ms. Hana Al-Hajri because she was willing to support this conference from the first visit 2 months ago when I visited her, and she was ready and willing to be the first volunteer with you in this conference and the platform, which is this platform. So I'd like to thank her very much for her participation, volunteering, and for the speech that she presented in the beginning. And of course, I'd like to thank Sheikha Hassa Al Thani from Qatar, because and no doubt that volunteering and relief works are really supportive, and we have good partnership with Qatar in different fields and sectors. And I'd like to thank Dr. Haytham Abu Saeed, our partner in human rights, especially concerning education, and the word that he gave. And I'd like to thank Mr. Muhammad Atta, Dr. Muhammad Atta from the Ministry of Youth and Sports in Turkey. I'd like to start from what Dr. Muhammad finished, and from what Dr. Midhat said about happiness, and what they mentioned by Dr. Muhammad Atta to learn from experiences. Excuse me, because generally I speak spontaneously. So from a long time ago. I don't know how to read it from a paper, so I just speak my heart out, from my heart to your heart, without any flattering or putting nice words. Life is experience, and I have personal experience. As Dr. Muhammad Atta said, we have to learn from our personal experiences in this field of volunteering. So today, and like 3 hours ago, I was in the field of volunteering. I was really in a mosque in Jum'ah prayer, and I was volunteering. I was having a first-hand experience in volunteering because I'm used to this 2 years ago, 20 years ago, and my role model in this, actually, they are many. But when I talk about role model, he is my prophet, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And when he was volunteering in building a mosque, which is the first project based on volunteering. Then Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, Khalifa, the Muslim Khalifa, as well. He used to volunteer while he was a Khalifa. So he took care of an old woman in the suburbs, in the outskirts, yet he was the Khalifa at that time. Then Umar ibn al-Khattab, peace be upon him, and he is known that he used to run after the camels, the Sadaqah camels, when they run from Bayt al-Mal, and brings them back by himself. So this is volunteering, and he by himself through the hot weather, very hot weather at that time. And now we are in Kuwait. We can tell you that the temperature is in 50s, and we thank God for this. But for volunteering, if you volunteer to do something special and distinguished, this temperature changes into a temperature in heart. It's about belief in heart. It would be a happiness, as Dr. Medhat said, that happiness is the core of volunteering. Actually, I disciplined myself, and I even raised my children and my grandchildren on volunteering. And volunteering, it's in general, but it's about participating in volunteering as first-hand experience, to be volunteering in the field. And for me, 20 years ago, I used to volunteer, and I do that with my brother Hamid Al-Rifai. We work as volunteers beside our institutional work. We go to the street and we provide what we provide to people. And I believe that this is something really important, that you volunteer while you are occupying a position that you don't need to volunteer. Some people might say that you are the head of the board members, and like what happened today after Friday prayer, and the temperature is more than 50. We are distributing by our hand under the project of cooling people and make them happy. So while they are moving between farms and mosques. So we distributed today to these farmers by volunteering. We distributed something to them. This is not because we have a conference today, but this is because I have a volunteering activity every week. And I sometimes do some volunteering activities every day. But you know that there are characteristics of volunteer. This is about takaful and about other things, about giving, about cooperation with others, and about making others happy. And all of these things are really important in volunteering. But what I want to mention here, there are two characteristics or two gifts, awesome gifts. One you see by yourself, and the other one you can't see. This is for volunteering and for the volunteers who practice volunteering. What you see by yourself, you see it directly on the face of those people they need your help, and that you give your help to. For example, if you have someone on the street, you give them whatever kind of help you provide. You see in their eyes the gift that you need. As Dr. Midhat said, this is about happiness. You see directly the reflect of happiness in your heart. And this is what I'm talking about from my own experience, my personal experience, and that I would never leave. Till God, till the end of my life. So this is like my routine to practice volunteering every day, almost every day. And you can see the result of this in my office. Even my employees and even the consultants, they see I take photos and send to them just to be a model for them, a good model for them. So to have a board member to go early in the morning and to distribute by yourself, you would set a very good example, as Omar Abdulaziz said when he went to set off the torch, or maybe to fix it when he was in a meeting with the high-ranking position. They said, no need to go by yourself and to fix it. You have other servants to do this for you. He said, I went while I am Omar, and I came back when I am Omar. And this should be taught in everywhere, should be taught in all universities about volunteering. I always practiced and disciplined myself in a way. 20 years ago, I'm working in this way, and I learned from this that one of the most important characteristic of volunteering, which is humbleness. So I'm keen on among people and among my brothers who work in the field, and I'm always keen to be one of the first people to provide what we can provide in volunteering. This is the first gift that you get, and that you can see. What about the gift that you can't see? The gift that you can't see is more greater than this, and it is at the hands of God, who conceals it for you, and that you can get it on the doom day. And this is what we can say when Prophet Muhammad said that your gift would be something that no eye have seen, no ear have heard about, and nobody would would have thought about it. This is what Prophet Muhammad said, that the most people that God like, the people who are very beneficial to people, and the things that God like is that when you make others happy. And of course, volunteering is a humanitarian and important experience. So this is my personal experience, and I advise anyone who works in volunteering to discipline yourself in a way, in a humanitarian way, uh, and to not wait for to wait from people for anything, or not even for thanks. So this is very important thing. Actually, our project is really important, and this conference, this international conference, is really nice. And this is the first conference that we participate in this field. Volunteering in Kuwait actually has developed largely, and of course in other countries. We are talking about more than 50 countries participating with us, and I believe there are many countries who didn't participate with us. So there is a need actually to have rules for volunteering, and to come up with this from this conference with practical results and recommendations, practical projects and practical initiatives and practical recommendations. Otherwise, the conference would be like other conferences that we participate and speak theoretically and just say nice words, but with no effect in reality. So it's necessary to have rules for volunteering and to support the infrastructure of volunteering. And as Dr. Muhammad Atta mentioned concerning raising awareness, this is a very important point. Raising awareness especially in volunteering and humanitarian work, awareness, especially the awareness of institutions, relief institutions, volunteers, or even the funders. I recommend, and I recommend two initiatives I'd like to take care of. I suggest to have an office. I hope that the result of this conference would be an office. This office would be participation between BIVOL in Kuwait and the international BIVOL for studies and developing volunteering. This is number one. Number two, to have and I believe that this initiative I heard from Mr. Muhammad Abbas. He's the head of the strategic projects and Tamayuz al-Insani societies. He suggested an idea to have a union for volunteers. And this union shouldn't be a Kuwaiti union nor a Gulf union. It should be an international union for volunteers, or it should be a syndicate for volunteers. If there is no union, I hope that we can establish a union, and we are in Kuwait. I hope that we would be the first participants in this. Thank you very much for this conference. Yes. Okay, Dr. Khalid Shot is waiting on the line. It's okay. He can wait for me a little bit because I love him. I'd like to thank
all due thanks to all who participated, and specific thank to Brother Bashar Haraki, the head of BIVOL, and the rest of the brothers. And I don't know who had been working on this, who had participated, who didn't. All due thanks to all of you, and I hope that this conference is going to be successful, and that this conference is going to be the first, and the second will be in a better way and with better results. Peace be upon you all. Peace be upon you, Abu Walid. Thank you very much. It's from the heart what you have said. And it is also sharpening our will and determination, and we have such a beautiful meal every day because of you. Now we move to the first lecture. We might need 2 or 3 minutes to move move from English channel to Arabic channel. Doctor, we are on the Arabic channel, no problem. Oh yeah. Okay, in that case, we move, ladies and gentlemen, to the first session of Dr. Khalid Yusuf Shafti from Kuwait with the title, How We Can Rise with Volunteering in the University. Peace be upon the Prophet, his companions. I would like to welcome all the brothers and sisters who are with me here. First of all, I would like to thank Tamayuz al-Insani and BIVOL and all the supporters and the people who have worked on this conference because it's a very important conference. Today, we have the universities are the main incubator for coming up with leaders who will lead for sustainable development and who would lead the societies which is requested by the United Nations. And today, actually, we see that the majority of the leaders today on the level of the world are youth who used to be at the schools, at the universities. That's why today we need to activate the work, the volunteer work, and to encourage the youth in all their fields so according to their hobbies, so that they become skilled during the university's time. So when they graduate, they will have the weapon of education and networks of the volunteering work through which they can help and participate in the society and go to the rest of the world. We in Kuwait for the humanitarian work, we have been established in 2016 to document the volunteering work in Kuwait throughout the history. We have coordinated with the University of Kuwait to have this workshop of the University of Kuwait, and we have provided a number of good examples of the youth who have worked from the University of Kuwait and who still are working on this. They are still volunteering. They are volunteering inside and outside Kuwait. So each student will pay 2 dinars from their monthly payment of the school, and they win the afterlife. And they are working on establishment of schools for education. They open every year. They open 1 or 2 schools. Those who have started this team at the university, they are practicing this not just to rise up with the level of education in Kuwait, but also they have expanded to other 9 countries. Those examples in Kuwait for documenting the humanitarian work, we request to document all this work, and FANAR is requesting of all the teams volunteering everywhere at every university to document their work, so the rest of the people would benefit from their experiences. As well, today in this work, we have some social work. We have lists, we have elections we have unions in Kuwait. We have so much work. The majority of our work is like we are working just like the syndicates working. In this way has been established in the 40s of the 20th century, when we used to study in Bahrain before 65. Before the establishment of our university, we had syndicates and unions of students at the majority of the places where the students in Germany study in Germany, Australia, or and Egypt, America. In every place we have our own unions. They all do that. In every university faculty there are clubs, education, cultural and volunteering clubs. As well, there is the union for students. This is a work of volunteers, and we want to improve the work and so that it's not just the work through syndicates, but to service the students only, but to move to service the society in those 17 fields of the SDGs for 2030. So we are in this lecture are trying to concentrate on a number of issues which we want to activate our role in as volunteers at the university. We have at the beginning, we have this importance of to work at the university, and we have concentration on that. There is an importance of working as volunteers in the universities. We want to have curricula established specifically to target we want to establish those curricula at the universities, a full curricula which teaches volunteering at the universities. This is a call for all the universities of the world to have this curricula, which might be selective or maybe obligatory. This shall be one of the things which you cannot graduate until you learn about this volunteering issue. We want also to have a special department. The same way there are specialties of physics, chemistry, Arabic, geography, engineering, as well as medicine. We want to have, especially in the social departments, to have a specific department or faculty for volunteering, like in America and European universities. We want also to have higher education for volunteer, whether you are talking about Sharia or faculties of science or literature. We want to have masters and PhDs in volunteering, on volunteering, and we also want to have some of the administrative establishments for we want every university to have a specific department or section which works on volunteering. There are specific the departments at the universities usually for activities. Now we want something to be added, which is another department for activities of volunteers. We have in Kuwait University this administrative team, which is following on the activities of the students and which also supports the volunteering work at the university, and we engage with the students in every work the university needs. There is a team ready to volunteer for that. We also would like to have and this social responsibility of the university also applied. The social responsibility is now applied in the private sector, in the civil society sector, and the government sector. Now we want this to be also very active and applied in the academies. We want to motivate students to engage in volunteering teams and into study the volunteering as a science, and we want to encourage them to work in the universities as volunteers. We want as well to have in every university, we give this responsibility to the teachers, professors, academicians at the universities. They shall establish specific research which is to target how the volunteering is done in every country. They request from the students, for example, to give a specific number of hours during the course time, and they will get marks for the volunteering they did in every field possible, whether we are talking about serving the departments or institutions of volunteering, where maybe serving the people who have some difficulties, education, so helping the patients, also the handicapped. So the different kinds of services provided within the society shall be volunteered for by the students. We need to have this done, and this would not have been done if we didn't have departments and higher education and masters and PhDs. We need to also have bylaws in every university which allow for the students to establish a volunteering team under the umbrella of the university, so that it's legal and it shall have an account to be able to get the donations. There shall be also a partnership. We want the universities to have this partnership where we have a partnership between the teams at the university and the private sector. Whatever of those initiatives need to have support, financial support, media support. So we want the university to have this partnership with the media outlets as well with the private sector, so that those teams inside the universities can get the enough funding and the enough visibility for their work, so that their work is active and is distinguished. And of course, as much as the students are participating in serving the society, and the students at the university and the university itself, they will have in their work and in their administrative efforts more interaction with their society and better interaction with the rest of the world societies. Actually, in Kuwait, we have so many teams at the universities volunteering, and we would like to have workshops established where the university itself establishes workshops and forums to encourage the students to be part of this and to participate in those teams. And we also want to go beyond that. Each student who volunteers at the university, for example, will have a specific, for example, privileges. They can get the food for free, for example. They shall be able to go to special halls for free, for example. Their volunteers shall have their own identity. So they shall, for example, if this student have the card of the identity card of the volunteer, maybe they will get a better price for all the services at the university, whether for free or through some kind of minimum fees provided, so that we train the students on this work on volunteering while they are at the universities. We need to encourage them and through funding and through the media, so that each student we want to say that we will have this slogan. We want to see each student to be a volunteer, and this is our aspiration in the Center of Kuwait for the documentation of the humanitarian work. We have been working on documenting this work for over 4 centuries. We have participated in so much of the documentation, whether from the universities and applied institutes, applied science institutes and the schools in all their levels, and we have conducted a number of lectures with the universities, and we have documented successful teams and projects, and we have also conducted interviews in the radio, on TV with the students, so that they extend their experience to the rest of the students. So we also in FANAR would like to come up with a number of publications where we document the teams which have been working in the University of Kuwait since the beginning, so that everyone knows about their work, so that the new students will start from where the previous ones have stopped, so that this also to motivate the students to be part of this volunteering wave and to motivate them to be engaging in the teams which are already in place. A lot of the students don't know that there are volunteering teams and they have the desire to interact, but they don't have the enough knowledge. They don't know about, because of the media lacking, because the teams don't show themselves much, might not be allowing them to do that. Those are some of the points I wanted to talk about here. I would like to thank you for giving me the chance to speak in this conference. I would like to reiterate my thank to the BVOL organization and to the Tamayuz organization and all the supporters of this conference. I hope that the recommendations are going to be related to activating this work at the universities, not just at the public sector, but also in the private sector and everywhere around the world. It's very nice to have waqfs, endowments and funding through allocated by the universities to encourage the students. We have a lot to say here, but I stop here. I would like to thank you for giving me the chance. In Kuwait, now we are talking about how to activate the work at the university. Thank you very much. Thank you. May Allah bless you. You are the first one who committed to the time in this opening. May Allah bless you, and we will wait for you in Tamaddun Insan, and we'd like to Tamayuz Insani, and we'd like to thank you. We now move to the first success story and Insani initiative, which is from Kuwait, which is under the International Islamic Organization. We have a lot of success stories in this organization from about years. With Noor al-Mish'al al-Ataybi from Al-Kuwait, please, the floor is yours. And they make into consideration that their next lecture is from America, and there is a difference in time difference, might lead to some pressure. I am Britain, not you. The next item is going to be from America. Yes, the next item is going to be from America, so she has a specific time. Yeah, we know you are from Britain. You have 10 minutes. Please commit to it. I would like to thank at the beginning BVOL, and I would like to thank the head of Tamayuz al-Insani, Mr. Ali Khalid Sbahi. At the beginning, I would like just to say the experience of Fariq Insani, as my brother Khalid had said. We have a long history in volunteering, and we have a lot of. We started with from the forum of Dr. Khalid Sbahi. All of you, I would say, have heard of the gathering of the donations. Oh, this is the trend through the competitions or through the link. In Kuwait, this is a way which is a new creative method which a lot of the charities and the teams are using today. And this is something which had started in 2015. The idea was we can come up with a link for a donation, and through 4 or 10 hours, this is going to be closed. After that, we collect the amount of money, and I can say with all being proud that Insani is the one who had created this idea in 2015. But at the beginning, I would like to say where we work and what we do. At the beginning of the Syrian revolution, when people have been all in need for help, where all the teams have been always giving in-kind support and relief to the brothers who have been affected by this war. But for us as a team, we were a fully female team, and now this is one of the important things we had. But after we have lived with the refugees and the Syrian children, and after the meetings with the psychotherapists, especially the ones who are specialized in PTSD, we have discovered that the children have been marginalized because they don't go to schools, and they were the most affected by this war, as we all know. The war, the main goal of it is to destroy the human being. According to UNICEF, more than half of the Syrian children at that time did not go to school. That's why we wanted to specialize in education. What did we do? We worked on two levels. First, a club, a humanitarian club. Humanitarian club is a club we create to support the children psychologically, where we use a specific curricula, and we work on that development, belief, ethics, psychological, pedagogical sides of the child. This school of Insani works on 4 issues through school, through classes given to the refugee child. We request from the implementing committee, for example, in Lebanon. We asked them to bring us the children, 150 children. Those 150 children are divided according to age, and we give them those 4 classes. There are 4 items: belief, psychological development, and ethic sides. Why we want to do that? Because we want to work on the volunteering side. We take the volunteer from Kuwait to provide themselves this class to the refugee, to the Syrian child who was affected. We have a camp of 3 days where we provide those 3 classes, and these are some of the photos of some of the visits of relief. Through this visit and through responding and interacting with the children, the psychological level increases. One of the children said at the beginning, she is only 12. She tried to commit suicide twice. When I said, what's your goal in life? She said, I want to lie, for example. After 3 days, she comes, the same child, she gives me a paper with which she said, thank you, Abla Noura, you made me love life. For us, this is the goal. Which we wanted to achieve. We have covered thousands of children. We have 7,000 or 8,000 who have attended our course. This is a humanitarian club. The goals were so much to have we were the first specialized team which was for psychological support in the Gulf and in the area. And we have participated in rebuilding the psychology of the children, the refugees, to build this new generation of leaders. And this is through building the volunteers in Kuwait or in the Gulf, and try to come up with a generation which believes in humanitarian support. This had affected the psychology of the children after its 3 days, but 3 days can establish the impossible. These are some of the photos in Lebanon and Tripoli, in one of the camps. And this is in relation to Insani Club. The second part of our work is to raise funding in a creative manner. How did we start? We started with competing for raising the funds, and this started in 2015. In 2017, we launched a campaign which we called Sheikha 51, and the idea was the challenge of Sheikha 51. She was a child, 14 years old, who gathered 51. She wanted to gather a fund for 51 children to go to school The question was, can you compete with Sheikha and come up with the more than 51 seats for the children in the schools? We had tens of thousands of volunteers in 10 days. Two of the volunteers, they were in secondary school, Judy and Farah. Within 12 hours only, they could collect 25,000 Kuwaiti dinar through social media only. We are talking here about $58,000, which is about 1,000 students fund. So they provided for 1,000 students to go back to school. The girls themselves, we took them in a trip to Lebanon to see the schools inaugurated themselves, so that they themselves inaugurate them. The other idea is that in Fariq Insani had the head start is that is 2018's campaign, which is the generation of 200. It was similar to the idea of Sheikha 51. The goal is to make the children in Kuwait or the Gulf be concerned about the ones who have been affected by the war, who could not go to school anymore. You can imagine now, we wanted to target 200 students or child, but we could target 400 children who participated. The Kuwaiti children themselves were the ones who led this campaign of donation, and they have collected 150,000 dinar Kuwaiti, which is about $500,000. And we have also, we were the first team in Kuwait to have come up with the to be responsible for the children at schools in Jerusalem. This shows how this school children in Kuwait have raised funds for the children of Qudus. I believe that this is a leap, a qualitative leap in the work of humanitarian in Kuwait. We wanted to be the first specialized Kuwaiti team. We wanted to be the first to talk about the psychological relief and educational relief. Now this is a new spread idea. There are all the charities in Kuwait are concentrating on education as well, and we were proud to be the first to provide such concentration, and we would like to be the first international team which is specialized in in this psychological kind of support, I would like to, in regard to the morale, please share our news, which you can see on Insani underscore TW. Hopefully, I wasn't long. Thank you very much for all of you for your listening. Thank you very much, Doctor. And actually, I live in Kuwait, and I see this very important work you have done. Actually, it is one of the elite kind of work of the youth. Now you have reached the level of also working with the children who have been participating with you and who are learning how to volunteer and participate in volunteering. Thank you very much, Doctor. We move now to the next lecture under the title "A New International Trends in Development of Volunteering" with Dr. Nicole from America. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I was just going to say that probably Dr. Nicole will need 2 minutes to move from the channels for the simultaneous translation. We'll need just 2 minutes for this technical basically issue for the simultaneous translation. If not,
that's fine.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
No worries.
You're very welcome, Mr. Nicole.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I am able to see your screen.
All right, perfect. You can see it change?
Yep.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. It's very good to have you. Hopefully it's only 1 minute now.
Okay. And are there, how many participants are there? Do you know?
The platform is actually not Zoom. We're just connected from Zoom to Exposium. So the main platform is Exposium, and we had 2,000 attendees registered, and hopefully they're all watching now, and hopefully they're all gonna benefit from the lectures today.
Okay. And are they mostly youth and university students, or is it a mix of folks?
I do believe they are mostly youth. The age range is, I believe, mostly between 18 and 30. So we do have a quite, young kind of sector with us.
Sure. Fantastic.
Okay, so now I believe we're gonna move on to our second speaker, Ms. Nicole Cirillo from the USA. She is the executive director of our international partner, the IAVE. And Ms. Nicole had, a huge executive experience across environmental and social justice sectors. And she has led the engagement of large network of global volunteers. So it's really, really good to have you, Ms. Nicole. And please go ahead. We're looking forward to your lecture.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Thank you for having me. And thank you to everyone out there who is taking the time to think and learn and listen about this very, very important topic. So thank you very much. So I'm going to start today with just a simple picture of volunteering and really the power of volunteering. And I like to start with this because I believe it sort of says everything that we need to really know about volunteering. And I'll just talk a little bit about it. It basically shows the number of volunteers in Eastern China who responded during the early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. And you can see in the red bar and the blue bar that as the pandemic worsens, you see volunteers begin to spring into action. And you really have to think a moment about what was happening at that time around the world. We didn't really have an understanding of the level of concern or the level of danger that people were in to being around this very contagious virus, and yet they responded. And I think this graph really shows the power of volunteering and the power of volunteers, despite their own personal danger and despite what might happen to them, that volunteers show up and respond and say, how can I help in this situation? And I think this graph is a really good explanation or summary of that, far better than I could possibly summarize on my own. So I want to do a couple things. First of all, take you through a little bit of the findings that are part of a research study that we are just concluding about the impact of COVID-19 on volunteer leadership. And then I want to talk a little bit about why this matters, why volunteering is important, especially for youth as you are thinking about your careers and thinking about the change that you want to make in the world. But let me start a little bit about this study. We've looked at over 70 groups of volunteers who we asked them what their experience during COVID-19 was, how it impacted them, and what they learned. And here are just some things that I'm going to go through quickly about the findings of this research. One is that over 74%, almost 75% of the participants said that the way their leadership changed. So not the individuals, of course, but how they really had to think differently about the role of volunteering in society during this pandemic. So it had always been thought of as an important, or it always had been done and people appreciated it. But during the pandemic, almost 75% of people said they had to think differently, and they had to really think more strategically about how COVID had this change on society. 75% of them looked at this notion of human rights and a respectful society, and how volunteering really needed to understand and include human rights and more of a focus of that on their work. And I think this is really important because we're having these conversations all over the world, but COVID-19 allowed us to see in the global picture how inequality and inequity are in place even during a global pandemic. So a lot of these volunteer leaders understood that and made sure they had a focus on marginalized communities or communities that weren't always at the center as they thought about how to do their volunteer services. 80% of respondents said the need to work in coalitions to strengthen advocacy was much, much more important. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, but this need for associations and to do work together rather than do it independently as they may have done prior to the pandemic. 76% said that COVID-19 was a catalyst to developing and reviewing their own volunteer policies, which makes a lot of sense because all of a sudden they had to worry about keeping volunteers safe as they responded to this incredibly dangerous virus. And almost 100% said they had to develop their own leadership, their own capacity to support this, and really to understand volunteering as not necessarily a charitable act, but as an important social change vector, something that's going to really move and change some of the global social trends. Almost 100% said they had to work on their own leadership skills to better equip them to be able to move volunteering in that fashion. So I just want to move on quickly here, and sorry, I'm kind of doing a couple of different slides at once, so I hope you will forgive me for that. In terms of this notion of expanding relations, and again, we'll talk about this a little bit when I talk about why volunteering is important, but this notion that COVID-19 caused them to really reach out and to form new relationships at the local level, but also at the global level. And the world is a small place. It's becoming increasingly smaller. And something like a global pandemic made these volunteer leaders reach out across their communities, across their regions, and throughout their country to build a response that rose to the challenge of COVID-19. 52% strengthened their partnerships with companies and the private sector. So really some great partnerships between volunteer organizations and companies in order to really respond to the pandemic. And 82% said they really focused on government. They focused on ensuring that as governments thought about their response to COVID-19, that they thought about volunteering. That's not always done. When governments are sort of thinking about how to respond, they often don't include volunteering, which is a mistake in my perspective and in our perspective. And yet COVID-19 really changed that. It gave these volunteer leadership organizations a voice so that they could go to government and make sure they had a seat at the table. The effect on COVID-19 also really affected, it showed some barriers and the barriers that needed to be removed. And one of these was on advocacy for volunteer welfare. Volunteers are just sort of taken for granted in many spaces, but during the pandemic, people had to really think about how they were going to keep them safe, how they were going to keep these incredibly brave and courageous people from contacting the virus. So they had to really think about advocating both to the local health systems and governments about the need for resources to keep volunteers safe. And also that recognition of the value of volunteering and volunteerism. They had to really be vocal about that. Again, I've said it a few times, but in the global landscape, we take for granted sometimes volunteering, but that wasn't the case here. In many instances, you saw governments call out for volunteers who were able to help. And these organizations had to really make sure they were advocating for the recognition of that response of volunteers, to understand the important role that volunteers and volunteerism plays in a global crisis. And also the infrastructure around it, that volunteers need to be trained, they need to be supported, they need to be organized. So how do governments really resource around that? That became an important role for these organizations in volunteering. And then almost 52% said this is the pandemic really focused them on programming for youth and really understanding how they needed to become much more inclusive of volunteering for youth as part of their volunteering structure. COVID-19 also had an impact on volunteering activity. You can imagine it was this complexity where 55% of the respondents stated they had an increased number of people who wanted to be volunteers, and that they had opened up opportunities for over 77% new people. But at the same time, many people were prevented from volunteering. And that sense of having a greater interest, but also fewer opportunities because it was unsafe for people to volunteer. So it had that effect. Also, 63% of the respondents said that they were really moving away from face-to-face volunteering in support of online volunteering programs. And this is not to say that they won't return, that face-to-face volunteering has an important role to play. Indeed, not every volunteering can be online, and we recognize that in this moment, many people set up online volunteering, but that eventually, hopefully, we will be able to resume virtual volunteering again, because it is such an important part about how people connect with one another. In terms of the future, there were really, again, almost 100% said the role of technology has really changed, both in terms of how they recruit, but how they use social media to attract volunteers, and including creating online volunteer programs. So that was a change that happened because of COVID-19 that will likely stay. Again, we've talked about the new relationships, but this will continue to be important in a post-COVID era. this notion of working together in order to make change. 71% of the respondents felt that really programs and mobilization and approaches need to be more inclusive, both across age and gender and ethnicity and race. We need to have a better understanding and a better approach that includes all of society within our volunteering. And that COVID-19 has changed the way organizations operate. Again, most of them will keep online volunteering in some way, but that COVID-19, like any crisis, forced them to change and innovate and really understand how they needed to change to meet the moment. And also these last two data points about resourcing, about the need to really make the case to governments, to the private sector, to civil society, about the need to support resources and the need to really think about how we keep volunteering vibrant as an important sector of society. So those are just some ways in which, or some of the things that we learned during the past year and a half about how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected volunteering. But I also want to spend just a little bit the rest of my time talking about why volunteering matters, because I do think it's important, especially for youth, as we think about where you are, where you want to be, and how you want to change the world throughout the course of your time here on Earth. And I want to use this slide here to talk about volunteering. So I have this theory called the 4 A's, and that's sort of when people start out on something, whether it's learning a new skill or becoming involved in an issue, the first step is really increasing your awareness. Really understanding what an issue is, what a challenge is, and why it's so important. That is so very important for us as we think about the many, many challenges we face as a global society, understanding and becoming aware of what those challenges are. The second step is increasing our agency, which is basically the sense of our own ability and capability to make change. That sense of I'm empowered to make change and to be part of the solution. From there, people go through action and learning, and as they grow and as they act, they grow more and they learn more. Finally, to this notion of association, which is really inherent in who we are as humans, and this desire to really act in community. And volunteering really is a part of all that. As we harness our human potential across each of these 4 A's, as we raise our awareness, as we start to take action, as we work in association, and as we really come together as societies, volunteering really allows us to be part of the change around us. So why does this, so let's just go through a little bit of these 4 A's. And I'm going to ask you, a little bit, maybe we'll come back to this slide at the end. But really, this slide is from 1997, and it really says, it's about 2 people who happened to see this article entitled, "For the Third World, Water is Still a Deadly Drink." And the article went on to talk about how millions of children in poor countries die from diseases such as diarrhea, pneumonia, and that were easily treatable in wealthier countries. And they took a look at this article and they said to each other, this is unacceptable. It raised their awareness until they said, maybe there's something we can do about this, right? Volunteering harnesses human potential by raising our awareness of issues and why they matter. Again, when you think about learning new skills and being so new that you're completely unaware of something, volunteering really gives us that on-ramp to take that first step and to say, I had no idea, to go from that place of I had no idea about this issue to a place where we ask ourselves, maybe there's something we can do about this. The second slide is about how volunteering really raises our agency, as we talked about. And when you think about there are issues that you don't feel you're empowered to act on because you don't know, or you just have no idea where to begin, and that sense of despair that you have. And think about it in your own life, a time that you've seen a situation that seems sad or desperate, and you don't think there's anything you can do, and that feeling in your stomach that comes up about powerlessness. Well, volunteering really helps provide that agency. It tells you, here's how you can act. Here's how you can become part of the solution. And this picture here is of a person from Mozambique, Dieter Guerra, who is in our network of volunteer leaders. And he is one of my personal heroes, whom I have had the pleasure to mentor. And he really got involved during the pandemic in the picture to the left, which is his horta, his garden, which he talks about he was involved in. It was the first thing that he did in order to help his community with food resilience and to grow food locally. But he knew he could do more, and the more he got involved in the issue, the more his own agency, his own empowerment around the issue began to expand. And I just want to point to the photo on the right, which is months later, as he began and grew from his volunteering experience. He has developed this foot-operated hand washing machine, which is now deployed in schools and hospitals in his own country. And being a volunteer really helped to develop his ability to take action and to be effective and to influence his circumstances and the circumstances faced by his community. So we talked about that, developing agency, just a little bit about developing this action. And that third part in the cycle of change about how volunteering helps to develop action. This is a wisdom I've gone back to again and again when I myself am tired, when I myself feel I'm not sure there's anything I can do. This message that says, whatever you can think to do or believe you can do it. Action has a magic, a grace, a power. Volunteering provides a way for us to act. It invites you into what I call this circle of change, and it empowers you to be part of the solutions. Your power and engagement grows as you volunteer, and the more you volunteer. It's that circle. You go from not really being aware to being a bit aware to really understanding, but also to understanding more and more the more you act. Your mind opens, your horizons expand as you meet new people, and you understand in new ways. And as I like to say, by lending your head, your heart, your hands to the effort, it makes you feel more empowered. And that very empowerment gives you more momentum to continue to work on the challenges. And also, volunteering and being engaged allows you to imagine solutions that you couldn't see before. And think of Dieter, when he started out in his garden, he would have never imagined needing this foot-operated hand washing machine. But it was only really as he got involved as a volunteer that his awareness grew. So I like to show people this slide because it makes me look very smart, but I can tell you it's actually quite simple. This is known as Metcalfe's law. And it basically says more people using a model or a system that are involved, the more people who use it, the more people who get involved in a cause or in an effort or in a system, the greater that effort becomes. Volunteering is something that promotes this association by creating the spaces and the places for people to volunteer. We become part of a greater effort, and we gather people to combine our efforts with their efforts with our own efforts. Volunteering really advances and deepens the work. And another thing I like to say, leaders get tired. Change makers get tired. System change is difficult and it's challenging and it can be very lonely and frightening sometimes. But when we come together for a cause or to volunteer around an issue, we sort of look around the room and we realize we're not alone and that we have that community within which we can learn and share and grow and face challenges together. And volunteering really brings people together. It harnesses that human potential by providing those associations and those networks. And indeed, the more people who volunteer, the better the system becomes. So last final slide, just to go back to what our this notion of, sorry, 2 more slides, this notion of accountability. And this quote from the American athlete, Muhammad Ali, who basically says that service to others is the rent you pay for your room here on earth. And I love this slide because it really reminds us that we are accountable to one another, no matter where you are, no matter who you are, no matter how wealthy you are, or no matter how much in need you are called to help. And volunteering really enables you to be accountable to making your world better and to giving back. And to, as Muhammad Ali says, to pay your rent for your room on earth. Okay, last slide. I'm going to go back to that slide that we've looked at and go back to that place in 1997 with that slide, or with that article that talked about the dramatic number of childhood death due to something that could have been fixable, things that could have been fixable but were not. And that couple, who happened to have been Bill and Melinda Gates, who looked at one another and said, maybe there's a way we can help. And I understand that they're very wealthy and they have a lot of power, of course, and influence, but I don't think that's the point. The point is that they saw something that really mattered to them and their awareness of it grew. And the more they got involved, the more they realized as volunteers what they could do to help. The more people they reached out to, the more associations they created, the more action they had. And this slide and this quote is really, truly, I think, a cause for optimism. The number of children who die each year before their 5th birthday has fallen by nearly half since the year 2000. Millions of kids are surviving, and that makes us very optimistic. I think this is truly a bit of optimism, something for you to think about as you think about your own role and your own future being the change makers of a global society. It's a wonderful example of what happens when we ask ourselves, is there something I can do? And the power of volunteering to harness human potential. Thank you so much for inviting me, and please continue to do this work. We need you. The world needs you. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Nicole, thank you so much. Such a powerful and a beautiful presentation. It has been really a pleasure to listen to you, and although probably several questions could be asked and the discussion could last very long, but I'll just pick one question from our visitors that is very generic, and that's why I'm gonna, just give it a shot and ask it, even though maybe we don't have much time. But I truly do want to ask it because it feels, it feels sincerely concerned. Our visitor is asking, do you think that face-to-face, like this human connection, this face-to-face connection, this more tangible connection would go back as it was after the COVID-19 pandemic?
That is such a good question. Here's what I think. Here's what my crystal ball says. My crystal ball says absolutely. So think of, we're human, and remember that slide about the need for people to just be in face to face. I think about, no matter what society you come from, the oldest form of human connection was sitting around a fire somewhere, being warm and telling stories. And it doesn't matter what part of the world you're from, that was the origin of human community. That sense of safety, that sense of connection, that sense of togetherness. And that can really only be felt when we're in one another's physical presence. So I absolutely believe we will go back. However, I do believe that virtual connection is important to ensure that everyone can participate in that fire around the circle, to ensure that all people in our communities are able to have and participate in those communications and those storytelling. So absolutely it's going to return, but I also think we're always going to want to reach out virtually as well to be more inclusive.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Nicole. Although we have more questions, but we'll end up here. We'll end this session here, I mean. We're going to have a break now to visit the exhibition, and the IAVE also has a booth there. Please, guys, do visit the booth. They have wonderful, documents and videos about themselves. We have so many institutions and volunteering teams from around the world in the exhibitions, and they're really worthy of you looking onto them and visiting them and chatting with them, because there's also a live chat. So we'll have around 10 minutes now as a break, and then we'll go back to the initiatives and the head of our initiative evaluation committee. So yeah, we'll see you guys. Thank you very much, Mrs. Nicole, again. See you guys.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll see one another in person, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
world characterized by profound changes. This is where we live. In so, universities and civil society organizations are advised to keep pace with these changes via appropriate mechanisms and tools, while continuing to focus on the importance of initiative and preservation of societal values. BVOL is delighted to launch its first international conference titled Development of Volunteering in Universities, Foreseeing the Future and Inventing Alternatives. We seek to gather the largest possible number of students, volunteers, and parties interested in volunteering for the community to learn more about the most prominent and outstanding success stories, provide the opportunity for participants to get trained and exchange experiences. In addition to learning about the latest innovative programs and technologies related to volunteering and its impact on the lives of individuals and societies, the conference is going to incorporate the following activities: professional lectures and specialized workshops, presentations of distinguished community initiatives and success stories around the world, various interactive sessions, a virtual exhibition to marketize projects and achievements of various universities, institutions, volunteering teams, and student clubs.
What you have to offer others might be small, but it may be enough to change their lives. Small things can make a big difference. Wasila Tagjarad, something small has changed her life forever. Discover the story.
I grew up in a small village in Algeria. When I was 7 years old, my country plunged into a bloody civil war. On one hot summer day in 1994, my life was changed forever by a man whom I never met, do not know, and can never thank.
What is the small thing that changed Wasila's life forever?
My mother was at the local market when she noticed a chaotic gathering. Wading into the crowd, she learned that the French government was allowing some Algerians to find refuge from war. All you had to do was write your name on a list. My mother desperately wanted to sign that list. That list might promise her daughters a better future. But there was one problem. My mother was illiterate. She did not know how to write her name, Fadila Tagjarad. Dejected, she walked away. A man noticed her and ran after her. He got my mother's name and wrote it down on the list.
That's how her life has been changed.
A few months later, my family was fortunate to immigrate to France. I would not have become the first woman in my family to graduate from college, to work and live abroad. I would not have had the chance to call Harvard my home this past year.
Wasila continues her speech, saying,
Had I stayed in my village, assuming I was spared from bullets or bombs, my life would have been very different.
yes, so Wasila and her family's life has been changed by a very small work, performed by an unknown man. We wonder, do we realize the importance of what we have to offer others, regardless of how small? Maybe a teacher has imprinted on you a love of some study material, or maybe a stranger is giving you directions when you are lost. There is no doubt that that has left a mark in your life. You may help in other small matters, perhaps by translating documents to a needy family at the immigration office, transporting a pregnant woman, or maybe by helping an in-need person. We don't need to move mountains to help others. It's the simple things that can change lives and amaze them, just like Wasila.
As we are graduating today, I still find myself asking, why did this wonderful man run after my mother? A simple gesture of writing a stranger's name on a page offered an entire family hope for a better life. He will probably never know the difference he made. But from the small seeds of his goodness have grown fruits of prosperity for my family, myself, and everyone who we touch.
BVOL, a new vision of volunteering.
This life is full of people who are smart, rich, and experts. They spend most of their time to control you, the owner. They want your money so you would buy their goods and products. They want your time to spend it on their websites and
peace be upon you. Dear participants, welcome all. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome, and we are going to resume the sections of the first session. And now we have the speech of Dr. Abdelmenhem Ad-Daim from Tunisia. So please, Doctor, the floor is yours. We hope that the technical team can give me the access to share my screen. Thank you very much. By the name of God, the most gracious and most beneficial, we'd like to thank BVOL and the team and my colleagues in the committee of evaluating the initiatives. I'd like to thank you all for attending the first conference for BVOL Platform for Volunteering. This is a very important conference, and thanks for the sponsors of this conference for their speeches and their great support for the activities of the conference. And I'd like to thank all the presenters for their speeches, valuable speeches about volunteering, and that we really enjoyed, and a very big salute for the followers of volunteers who are very active and they are willing to volunteer, and I'd like really to thank them for being willing to participate. And I'd like to say that we really appreciate everything you do to serve communities. I'm honored to to coordinate the committee of evaluating initiatives, and I was able to found a team, various skills in the team, very qualified people concerning their services in volunteering and humanitarian work, and a team which is mixed of different of countries around the world. So I was honored to work with them in different phases of my volunteering life and even career. And I met them through this mission. And I'd like here to mention them by name quickly: Dr. Al Ayubi from Australia, Dr. Safa from Jordan, Dr. Rawa from Canada, Dr. Thar from Egypt, Dr. Muhammad from Saudi Arabia, Fadi Skandarani from Britain, Dr. Atif Abdel Majid from Sudan. Very big salute to this distinguished team, and thank you very much for their efforts in evaluating initiatives. I know that the mission wasn't easy, but thank God we managed finally to dedicate hours of our time during the last weeks, and we thank God for for giving us the power to finish this, and we hope that we were successful in this. As for the work of the committee, actually we checked all the initiatives, and then we talked about the criteria of submission by checking the initiatives. We found that there are two main points: that most of the initiatives were provided by students or from volunteering club students, and the second point, that they were social volunteering from volunteering teams or charity societies or even NGOs. So the initiatives were divided into these two groups. Then the roles were disseminated between the team members. Some members were evaluating the university initiatives, and the other members were working on the other part of the initiatives according to the experience of every member of the committee in this regard. Then we communicated, we contacted the people who have suggested the initiatives according to ask for additional information. Then we have nominations. Then after that we met to have the final list, and after that to have the decisions with the list of recommendations and advice for the conference. As for the statistics, more than about 108 initiatives were suggested to our committee for evaluation. Actually, more than this we got, but they didn't have all the needed terms. That's why they were excluded from the beginning. But what was referred to the team, they were 108 initiatives. Actually, I can say that they are really awesome, distinguished, unique, from more than 21 countries. They are from 4 continents. We have, I hope that we can have an initiative from Australia next time, from all the continents of the world. But I believe that there should be a great participation from Syria, Turkey, Jordan, Morocco, and Yemen, and even Kuwait. So I'd like to salute all the participating countries and all the initiatives, because the initiatives actually they were individual initiatives, and as the organizing team, we were happy to have this variety of participation that included different sectors of volunteering. There were initiatives about education, about health, about serving refugees, about economic empowerment, about environment, in every sector you can expect. And this makes us really happy and gives us hope that the world would have a very distinguished and unique generation of young people, whether they are at the university or out of the university, who care about people's problem, and they care about providing service to their societies in their own way. from the among the 108 initiatives, there is 31 initiatives from universities and 77 social ones. So 86 initiatives passed the level number one, because there were levels, and some of the initiatives were excluded because they missed certain points, or we contacted them to provide more information. So through the second phase, as we discussed earlier, that we had two teams. One team evaluated the university initiatives, and the other team took care of the social initiatives. Through the last phase of evaluation, 8 initiatives were nominated to participate directly in the conference, and 18 initiatives were chosen to participate through the exhibition, the virtual exhibition of the conference. And this is a very good chance for them. Actually, judging this and nominating this wasn't easy job, but with the experience of the team members, and by depending on logical criteria, we can share them with you. We managed to choose the right initiatives. The criteria, first of all, having adjectives coherent with the need of the beneficiaries according to the countries and the international priorities: creativity and initiative, planning, budgeting, and implementation. Some people talked about really unique initiatives that was going on for more than 3 years, but they didn't talk about how they planned this, and they didn't detail the budgeting or the implementation. And we took into consideration the criteria of the results and the effect on society and the volunteers themselves. We have some sustainability and connectedness, as well as which is a very important criteria, which is fulfilling submission criteria. There was a real importance for providing a complete document about the initiative. There were really innovative initiatives, but the supervisors didn't provide enough or clear information or references to give us a more comfortable way to evaluate their initiative. That's why they were excluded. The selected initiatives are without being in order, because they would be in order during the conference. We have مشروع العيش الكريم سوريا، ميدكس تركي، حكاية صمود يمن، خذ الفرصة جوردن، منصة الإغاثة علم ومعايير ألجيريا، دمج حياة للآخرين سعودي أرابيا، الحملة التطوعية لفحص الأجسام المضادة فيروس كورونا in residents of Gaza, Palestine، بناء بيئة، ريادية الأعمال المستدامة Morocco. All of these initiatives gave very excellent values. That's why the team, the committee actually had difficult time to decide on this. And of course, through the other initiatives, the 18th one I can tell you about, they represent about 13 countries around the world. General notes before I finalize. I'd like to thank all societies, universities, volunteering teams participating in this program. And now we are we started to discuss it as contestant. Please go ahead. Yeah, it was a chance actually to exchange experience and to spread success stories. And to mention them on the level of the other countries. That's why we didn't like to use the word contest, but to choose initiatives from among 108 initiatives. This needs a criteria and need a list. And I'd like to say that the committee salute and liked all the pioneering initiatives because they felt that these initiatives were really innovative. We hope that we can have the chance to show more initiatives, but actually that was not easy. And we thank the committee of the conference who opened the door for showing these initiatives and during the exhibition of the conference. And of course, we'd like to talk about a large number of initiatives who didn't add enough information, images, reports, or give us any evidence about the success of their initiatives. So we didn't give them a priority. We gave a priority to updated initiatives. They were only 10 or 5 years old. That can go for a long time, at least 10 months, because sometimes they gave initiatives for only 1 or 2 days. So we didn't give a priority to this type of activities. And after the members of the committee recommend strongly to conduct a training about strategic planning and project management in addition to other training, so we can provide our experience to Bivol platform and to other organizations, so other organizations can provide such a training. And we hope that we cooperate this with Bivol. I'd like to thank Mr. Bashar and all the team of the organizers for this conference. I've witnessed the exerting great efforts, and I hope that Allah may accept their good deeds. And I'd like to thank the sponsors of this conference, because without their support, the conference wouldn't have been held. And without the workers in this field who work as volunteers, I know that they are exerting great efforts, and of course it's costly for them to conduct such conferences. I'd like to thank those people in Kuwait, Qatar, and everyone who supported this conference, and we hope that in the future there would be support to initiatives. That means to budget or to sponsor some of the top initiatives. And here I'd like to thank you all for listening to me, and I hope that everybody would enjoy listening and seeing more the initiatives, and we are happy to answer your questions, if any, whether today or on the following days. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Abdel Menam from Tunisia, for this for the efforts that you are exerting. Hope that God may accept your good deeds. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to see the first initiative that was succeeded, which is medics. With Dr. Gharawi from Algeria. And because of a technical problem, we are going to show the second initiative for medics by Mr. Omar Abdirabbo and Ms. Dina from Turkey. So please, the floor is yours. Peace be upon you. By the name of God, the most gracious and most merciful. Experts away from our beloved ones, leaving our countries, the medical college, and with all books and studies. This is our real life as students of medicine, Arab students in a country that hosts the largest number of refugees in the world. We see how our people suffer, especially concerning the health side. By conducting a survey including 170 students of medicine in Turkey who speaks English, we found that more than 71% of medical students, they haven't participated in volunteering work, and we know that this is not a small percentage. And we found that most of them think that there should be a body that can unite their efforts is something really important. On the other part, on another study conducted by a Turkish university showed that 49% of refugee sick ill people don't know where to go, and because of feeling the responsibility toward our society and our people, and because we believe that after every hardship there would be something good, we decided that we have to lighten a candle that can enlighten our way and the way of our brothers. And because the strongest way of a change is the internal change, we found that it is important to unite our efforts to be one hand within a union of medical students who speak Arabic in Turkish universities. But noble ideas are not enough to find a solution. For a real social change, there should be enough powers and tools to enable us to implement this idea in the right way. That's why I can tell you that it wasn't easy at all for a year, and from the word of ihsan and how we do things in a very accurate and good way, we started studying everything we have with the training consultants, with a number of consultants, with NGOs and social societies, to know how we can start implementing our idea. So we started in this way to have a clear idea about the path we are going to go through. So after a year, our seed started to show on the surface of the on the earth. In 2019, there was the start of what we have been planning for years. In 2018, more hands joined us with new friends who have their own philosophy and ideas and experience and love to give. They believe in our idea and they are willing to be part of our idea and of our project. Since that time, we worked on different projects that targeted medical students, medicine students, and different social people based on different studies that we conducted earlier. So we worked on 4 points concerning students. So we had training courses to support the students and to improve their scores academically. So we conducted more than 100 different activities where more than 700 beneficiaries benefited from this. They were students, and even we had some activities for medicine students to entertain them. So we had some entertainment activities. They were about 24 activities, more than 1,200 colleagues benefited from this. And according to the experience of the consultants, we had some conferences and meetings where more than 500 participants were there. And to exchange experience among students from different universities, we had some meetings. So we had about 85 symposiums, and the beneficiaries were more than 2,200. These were all the activities actually to activate interaction and communication among students to exchange their experience, which can upgrade their level and encourage them for scientific research. These were our activities concerning our students. Now I'll give the mic to Ms. Dina to talk about the social activities. Please, Dina, the floor is yours. Peace be upon you. As for the social activities, as doctors of the future, actually our duty towards our society was to raise awareness concerning health through working on brochures, the one of their types. They were actually targeting the Arabic rallies in Turkey. For example, here we have the brochure of Corona and how to protect yourself from them. in addition to other leaflets about taking care of children in Turkey. These leaflets reached more than 70,000 beneficiaries in Turkey. And because we believe that the doctor's responsibility starts from the time when they are students, we provided some lectures about raising awareness concerning health, and they were more than 200 sessions. Some of the topics of these sessions, they were about vaccination, about addiction, about cancer, and about preventive medicine. And we actually targeted even people in the north of Syria by the attendance of 300 beneficiaries. And now, after a year of activities and efforts, Medic's family became now made of 300 volunteers. 45 of them are university students, and 34 of them are ordinary people. And these are not merely numbers, because everyone in the number is a responsible person who can really and actively participate in different projects that we plan according to the needs assessment in the society. Recently, and as a result of the coordination and cooperation of the members, we have this box of pioneering refugees, where we received some projects, and we chose 6 projects from the Middle East. And because we want to target larger number of beneficiaries and to reach our countries that we came from, and to help our people wherever they are, our work started to cooperate with different organizations and societies. So we cooperated with 8 countries, among them Syria, Gaza, Libya, Sweden, and Morocco. And we cooperated with different organizations like Basira, Red Cross, SAMS, and other organizations. And here we show you some examples from our activities and events, like MEDEX conference, the second, where we hosted an elite of doctors and professors who attended. More than 100 participants attended from inside Turkey and out of Turkey. In the beginning of the pandemic, there was a lecture about corona and how to protect yourself from this. This targeted more about 400 families, and not only in Turkey but even in Sweden and Morocco. One of the activities, it was about quitting smoking, and there were series different medical series. We had, for example, minha about medical, that means to get a grantship to study medicine. And we have what we call it, what you can do after graduation, which is about studying in other countries after graduation, and about grantships. And finally, we had a raising awareness session about different types of cancer. Currently, we are working on different types of projects. As an example, we have what we call it the training boot camp, which is planned to be implemented during summer. And we have the project which is visiting Syrian hospitals to see the smile on the face of Syrian children. And we have what we call it the different training courses, which is in cooperation with the medical team in Gaza. We suppose that this would start. Two courses will start in the future. As for us, what's next? They are not only projects. We like to spread the culture of volunteering, to build the good, strong volunteering students who can affect in the society today in the expelled, and tomorrow in their countries. Thank you very much for listening to us, and thank you, Bivol, for your efforts in volunteering and in organizing this conference. And of course, we thank the committee that suggested this initiative, and we hope to see more success in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Omar. Thank you, Ms. Dina. Let us go to the first initiative that would be presented by
Dr. Abu Midian Tarawi, who is talking to us from Jazair. Please, Doctor, go ahead. The floor is yours. Doctor, please unmute yourself.
So I'd like to greet you all, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the people who have organized this important conference, which is under the title The Universities and Volunteering. I'd like to thank the partners, also the organizers who have a committee, who have communicated with us in the last few days. May Allah bless you all. Thank you very much. Millions of people, brothers and sisters, die because of pandemics, because of not being able to pay for the doctors, for the vaccinations shortage, and also the catastrophes, whether natural or man-made, increased this. I believe all the Arab and the Islamic countries have been affected by the catastrophes. May Allah preserve all the Muslims, the people from COVID-19 and everyone from the consequences. The Arab countries, unfortunately, are the main floor and scene for the crises and their different shapes. The youth of the Arabs, the Muslims, and the NGOs are the biggest strength which we have to face those catastrophes and minimize their impact. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, the human beings have been in those crises for centuries. After the experiences, it's high time, brothers and sisters. Can you see the PowerPoint? No? The floor is yours, Dr. Qarawi. The technical team will share the screen from their side. You have mute, doctor. Can you erase this mute? We apologize that the internet on Friday is very weak because of the movement in Algeria today. The next slide. So as I said, brothers and sisters, after centuries of peoples living under crises, it is high time for the humanitarian international community and the Arabs to work in a professional manner to provide humanitarian aid to whomever is in need. The next slide. I hear this, there's an echo. This is a Zatari camp, and it's one of the most big camps in Jordan. And our brothers from Syria have resorted to this camp. There are 9 schools and it's 79 births weekly and 18,000 students And this camp has a lot of humanitarian aid organizations. However, it has a lot of potential. A lot of people, about a lot of Syrians who are specialized doctors, teachers, they all want to provide something to help out their own people and whomever is coming, because there are so big numbers who come to this camp. How do they work? How do they build this camp? What are the needs of the people? All of this is what we call that relief is a science and criteria. And that's why we came up with the initiative of this project, which is to start in training and qualifying all the people of the Arab society on the main interventions of relief, whether they were big or small, in Arabic, of course. And I stress this in Arabic because the relief science in the West is something which is expanded and which is taught at the universities and international universities. However, in the Arab society, we don't have this. That's why a year and a half ago, and the COVID-19 was the reason why we started this. Although it had some negative consequences, but it led us to with this platform of which is specialized in humanitarian aid. Our mission is to spread relief and humanitarian work amongst the societies, the frameworks, and NGOs working in Algeria and the Arab countries. Our vision is to have this platform as the reference, the first scientific reference. Can you hear us? Continue, doctor. Yes, I can hear you. There is an echo somehow in the sound. We apologize for this technical problem because it's the first time happening to me. This relief platform has 4 programs through of which we achieve our goals. We have the course called training, where we provide specialized courses in humanitarian aid, which is provided by 35 trainers specialized in this from the Arab countries. Also, there is the next program, which is called My Experience, where we provide the experience of the organizations, the individuals, and the NGOs in the field of relief and humanitarian aid. We have this to be studied so that we increase the ability of the people working in this field. Next. The program of my doctor, it's another important program where we present a number of trainings in this field of medicine, but in a way which services as I said, which would service the crises medical interventions. The Shabab Life this is a program which we provide through trainings to the youth of the Arab countries, and we have launched the diploma specialized in the relief section or department, and we have also membership. You can be a trainee, you can a member, you can be a partner, you can be a number of issues or fields. We had 3 forums last year. The first was COVID-19 and its effect on the humanitarian work, and the second was for the people of disabilities, which is called Disability is Another Life. And the third conference we had was about Jerusalem and humanitarian work under the title Human Beings Are Here. We have as a platform our existence in in the social media, on top of which, of course, our account in Bivol is to be thanked for providing us with a number of volunteering work to make our work successful. What we have achieved last year, we had more than 7 and Arab and Islamic countries. We had 37 experts as members. We have achieved 8,500 trainees and supporting member from the Arab countries. We have come up with a number of international forums, and we have launched the micro diploma in relief, and we also have participated in the a conference about the effect of COVID-19 on SMEs. What else? After 1.5 years, ladies and gentlemen, of training from a distance, the board of the Ighatha Ilm and Ma'ayir have seen that it's now the high time to go to implementing something on the ground. And this is why we launched the greatest initiative, which is the Algerian institution or NGO for relief. This NGO, which we have launched, and the Ministry of Interior now has the file which we have presented, and we wait for their approval to start our work. This NGO's mission is to improve the life quality by implementing humanitarian relief programs, and to also use the scientific principles and also achieve sustainable goals. Our vision is that to be also the pioneers and on the level of the Arabs and the international community in regard to consultations of the humanitarian and relief aid. Or amongst the most important goals we have, goals which are related to training, qualifying people, and sustainable development goals. Our humanitarian goals is to participate in making all those people who have been damaged by and affected by the catastrophes receive aid, and to have initiatives in the 11 fields which are approved in the according to the international community development goals, and also to work on making this volunteer work as a culture inside the Algerian society. Next. Amongst our goals is to qualify and raise the awareness of people, and to spread this idea about the relief science in the universities and schools. Our goals, of course, we don't cover the full sustainable goals arena, but what we work on is to participate in combating poverty and hunger, and work on providing for good health for people who have been affected by catastrophes. Next, of course, to work on continuing education after the catastrophes, to provide clean water, and to spread the hygiene culture in the damaged societies, and to participate in minimizing the inequalities in the interventions of relief, and also to spread the message of peace and justice around the world. We are trying to be serving the human beings. May Allah bless you all, and I apologize for the technical problems. May Allah bless you all, and hopefully that this is going to be a fruitful conference. Thank you very much, Dr. Qarawi. May Allah bless you for this important effort. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking 2 minutes before the next lecture. Miss Mariam, you are on mute. We need you to open the microphone. Did you hear me a while ago? No, you need to repeat what you have just said. Thank you very much. May Allah bless you, Dr. Qarawi Boumediene from Algeria for this initiative. Now we move to the lecture for 2 minutes, and it's going to be in English.
Hello.
Hello again, Mr. Aliash.
Yes, sorry about the confusion. I was in the portal, via the portal, but then I come back to the Zoom.
Oh, okay. See, the portal was for visitors to watch our lectures, but
Okay.
since
So,
you are a lecturer, so
okay, I was acting as a visitor, watching it, very lively, good. Sometimes not understanding everything, but yeah, I could see.
There was actually two options. The first one was the Arabic, and then if you click on the arrow, there's the English translation. So there's simultaneous translation. Each Arabic lecture is translated to English, and each English
to that.
one, yeah, exactly. So now it's being translated to Arabic as well, hopefully,
Okay,
on the other side of the portal.
And I can do the slide share if I want, right?
I hope so. Can you try? Yes, okay.
Can you see the slide?
Yes, we are able to see it, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. We're now moving basically to the session of bringing innovation. And Dr. Aliash is going to tell us about how to bring innovation more into volunteering in general and university volunteering in specific. Dr. Aliash, the floor is yours, please.
Yep, thank you. Thank you very much, Hiba and the organizing committee. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I hope you're all doing well during this difficult time across the world. As Hiba indicated, my topic is focusing on proposals to activate creativity and innovation in the volunteering work. And I'm sure that you all have realized that why innovation and creativity are very important based on today's challenges that we are facing. But at the same time, we also understand that third sector, and especially the volunteering sector, it is also very important, and it's contributing a lot during this difficult time, helping people across the world with providing facilities of medications, hygiene equipments, and sanitary, and lots of other things across the world. This volunteering sectors are doing, even some cases, I mean, they are doing even in some countries, they're performing better than even the local government as well. So obviously we have to appreciate that. Before I start anything, I would like to pose the questions, and it is an open floor. Anyone can participate or can say, what do you think is creativity? Is a gift or a skills? I mean, is it a gift from Allah, or it's also our skills?
I wish if we had 2,000 attendees actually,
okay.
But they're watching from the portal. They cannot.
No, they cannot. Yeah, but they
only
might
type onto like a very main chat. But I guess it's maybe now. I will give my own.
Please go ahead. What do you think? Is it a gift or skill?
I do think it is a skill.
Okay. Yeah. Now, of course, I mean, if we look at, obviously, it is true that sometimes certain things we will be gifted, but it doesn't mean that we will be gifted with certain things when we will not try. But in that case, I need to bring in the word Iqra, the first word of Al-Quran, that read. So it does mean that our Creator, the Almighty, also wants us to study, to reach, to gathering knowledge. So unless we nurture things, we will not be able to develop our skills. So obviously there are two philosophies some people think, and I'm not going to argue with that, that leaders are created, some people are by-born leaders. So we are not going to that philosophical debate. And then there are a group of people who think that we can develop our leadership skills. So similarly, yes, if you say that creativity is a gift, I will not disagree with you. Or if you say that skills, I'll not disagree with you. My point is, whatever we have to nurture. And what we need to also look at, what we are going through, what we are facing. If we do not nurture our skills, then we will not be able to, what we say, that accommodate the changes in the business environment or in the world we are all facing. So let's refresh our minds with the concept of creativity and innovation. I mean, we understand it's a basic term, creativity. It's basically, it indicates capacity of generating new solution or alternatives to problems. Especially these days, the business world is changing It's so fast compared to last 100 years. If we look at the changes that we have in last 5 to 10 years, we didn't have changes if we compare or go back in 100 years back. So we can imagine the rapid changing business environment we are living that has a huge impact on our day-to-day activity, daily lifestyle and everything. So how do we provide solutions? So looking and doing things in the same way, probably we will not be able to provide a lot of business solution. Creativity is also keeping aside your prejudice and misconceptions and improving your reality with innovation. So looking forward, thinking outside the box, looking at from a different perspective, not from the traditional perspective, and then we might get a solution. It's also opening our minds and find ways to achieve goals with an innovative perspective. As we are all getting lots of experience, so definitely we need to think about different solution. And that is also a strategic approach. We now need to have a plan A, plan B, and plan C. What if it doesn't work? And that's what is actually, when you look at into the creativity and innovation point of view, it can help us and support us. Just want to add few facts, and I'm sure that it will help you to reflect and pose some questions and give us food for thought as well. So we know that life has shifted during this COVID-19, and those who are graduating recently or will be, they know that the challenges they will be facing, huge, tremendous challenges ahead for them. At the same time, around 80% of the jobs that today's learners will be doing in 2030 have not been invented yet. That is fact. So how do we, I don't know, those who are now in doing their GCSE or A levels, or those who are in the college level will be joining at university. They have no idea what job in 5 to 10 years time, once they finish their undergraduate or postgraduate degree, they will be doing. That has not been created. And definitely me, you, or those of we are here, we will not be sufficient to provide that solution unless we look at things different angle. At the same time, we need to think and do things and accommodate and working together as a group, those who are not in the platform till today. So when they will be arriving in the platform, there will be a generation gap with me and those fresh graduates. Either we accept it or not, even 10 years is a huge gap nowadays. 5 years is a huge gap. Students graduating 5 years before or after, there's a huge gap in terms of their thought process, the way they look at. Imagine how long ago we are comfortably using this online virtual conference. Even today, I was struggling because it's a fantastic platform. When you see the conference portal, you have an auditorium, you have a networking and everything. It's very well designed. And I was laughing that, have I ever realized 3 years ago that after 3 years in 2021, I will be speaking in so many conferences that has virtual reality, and kind of you feel like you're in a virtually there, but you're not there. So imagine in 5 years back, we were not in this platform. But now you can think where we are now, we are doing it. And here is the point. If we do not act innovatively in a creative way, probably we all will have to be stuck during this COVID-19, and we will not find a way out of this, but we have to find it out, and we need to think in an innovative way. So I know I have limited time, so instead of going further, what I would like to indicate as final thoughts are some sort of concluding remarks. Out of the global crisis come to a new world of opportunities. We know that, it says that from a consultancy point of view, whenever there is a challenge, there is an opportunity. And we all know, even this is a common proverb for many countries or many society as well. You find the opportunity where there is lots of problem. So whatever we are facing, there are lots of opportunities. And one of the opportunities that we have grabbed is utilizing and applying the online technology, online platform. But again, it requires thinking outside the box in an innovative way, in a creative way. And today's business world, what we need to look at, learning from the future, look at the big data, look at the data analytics and how we are utilizing it in terms of finding problems from the past analysis and future scenario analysis. So this is where we need to now prepare what if the pandemic is going to stay for another 3 years, what will happen to the third sector? Has third sector been accommodating all of those challenges that we are facing? As the third sector business leaders have accommodated and also applying innovative approaches in their business process, push to the edge. Many business leaders are now decentralizing the responsibilities and trying to work more closely in a group with subordinates and giving them more authority and to try to see how they perform, and we all work together. It is not a great idea to take everything on your own shoulder and then things happen like in today's business environment and we all struggle, or the leader or leaders, they struggle because they do not have a good communication or they have not delegated things before to the subordinates. So it's an opportunity again to decentralize leadership approach and see how we all can work together, building better relationship and at the same time trust and cooperations as well. SDGs are key priority, although it's number 3, but it doesn't mean it's the number 3. It's the top priority, Sustainable Development Goals. That is the bottom line for us to look forward and for our future generation. But Sustainable Development Goals achievement will not be possible unless we all work together and we think and do things in an innovative way. Supply chain is another big challenge. There is a spelling mistake in the chain. There should be an A. So you can see that supply chain management during this pandemic, there is a huge issue in terms of supply and demand and also distribution. So we need to be more aware that how do we can have more productions and distributions in an effective way or appropriate way, so that will not impact in the producing or in the supplying country. New normal or real virtualities, that's where we are now. That is what we are doing at the moment. And this is the new normal, the new realities. So I was thinking that how can we promote the new normal and real virtualities? And we apply it in the third sector of volunteering sector. So we can get more volunteers who can do various activities via the online virtual realities. And we can also raise fund by utilizing or applying the digital media, digital marketing approach. It is no more physical. I mean, no more feasible at this moment to go for physical fundraising or various activities or events. But this virtual platform give us so much opportunities and networking capacity so that we can increase our funding capacity as well and activities. The new innovation and development, the scientific, we must need to invest as well. I mean, which we, from a strategic point of view, we could say in every business, it is important that you have research and development, but that might be in a new way we can looking into the new innovation and development. So what is the new way of doing things in our business? I mean, if leaders or if from the strategic point of view, if we do not initiate, then it will not go from top to bottom level. So these are the things I would say, the top 6 things which volunteering sector could do, or volunteering sector's leaders could think about and review their strategic approach and has more engagement with more volunteers and key stakeholders. Thus it can generate more money so that they can help and serve more people. So yeah, this is what I would like to say in terms of my point of view, and I hope my timing is appropriate. And I will be more than happy if there is any questions or clarity anyone would like to have from the speakers panel as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aliar, again. That was an amazing presentation, as probably most of our presentations were. And now I have been receiving questions and requests to ask about like a problem and a solution, like an example of how we could actually apply problem solving. So could we get an example of that, especially that on the agenda also after your session, Doctor, there was problem, create problem and problem solving and solution creation. So can we have an example of that by you, Doctor?
Yeah, I think one of the example could be, I was engaged during the pandemic with a fundraising activity on the COVID in UK. So it was a local TV channel, but what we did, we promoted various activities and they tried to engage with people like me as a community ambassador from university and those who are in the more lively in the social media. So they try to find out those figures, and then they created that social media platform where we can share and discuss. And at the same time, we also use the platform of the TV channel. So by utilizing that TV channel, social media platform, and community ambassador, those who are engaged in the social media. And then also we engage young people via the social media as an ambassador. So you can see how diverse, but at the same time, none of us physically meet or anything. Every activities and everything was virtually, but it was during the time of Ramadan. Within a short time, we had more than £100,000 for a specific project we funded. I mean, we raised fund within a short time, and then we help the community as well. So you can imagine from country to country, depending on the capacity. And we did not do it in huge way. It's just a very small scale activity during the time of Ramadan, couple of ambassador, young people, and the TV media and social platform media. And then we invited, and we also, when we had that various activity in the social media platform, we also invited people cross-border, and they also donated to us into that particular through a particular channel. And I was amazed as well that it is so easy now. I mean, imagine just by the virtual reality with virtual activity within a short time, or let's say a couple of weeks campaign and activities, 2 weeks campaign and activity, you raise over £100,000. How beautiful is that? And if you look at from a human resource point of view, none of us actually worked that long, because I was busy at university and many other professionals as well. Probably those project manager, maybe he or she, couple of them, 2-3 person might have worked more, but they have other projects as well. So in 2 weeks time, a project manager, if he or she can raise over £100,000 by utilizing this innovative ideas and platform and digital media, and also having an innovative concept, I think this is something we could all do now, bringing all the people. I mean, and I think yesterday in the interview, I also mentioned to you, there are many people who are willing to make a contributions to the community as a volunteer, either by the money or by the knowledge or by sharing their experience, whatever. So we need to utilize it. They're sitting idly. There are many women in Muslim countries as well who will be very willing to support, but then we may not be able to engage them. There are many people, young people as well. So we need to get the maximum out, the community and rest of the world as well. I was just giving as an example. Thank you.
Such a great example, Doctor. Thank you very much. I guess now we'll have to end, even though probably a lot of questions might arise and the discussion again might go very, further away, but we'll need 5 minutes for break where our visitors can, again, visit the exhibition where we have so many institutions and volunteering teams, see their documents, look at their videos that they have shared, and you can chat with them. You can also chat with our doctors and our lecturers today, I believe, and we'll see you in 5 minutes time, hopefully. Thank you so much.
And if anyone needs to contact me, they can contact via you or they can email me. That would be no problem. And we are also in the social media. Anyone can find anyone.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
المتطوعين في بيبل ونشر احتياجكم التطوعي عبرها، تعرض بيبل هذه الفرص التطوعية بطريقة ميسرة وبأسلوب تفاعلي مليء بالحماسة والتحميس. لدعم التطوع إيمانا منكم بالمسؤولية المجتمعية والتكامل مع من يبذل جهده ووقته لخدمة مجتمعه عبر التطوع، فإن بيبل تفتح لكم الأبواب للتكاتف معه عبر منظومة تقنية مبتكرة تقومون من خلالها بعرض الخدمات والرسومات المقدمة من قبلكم على شكل امتياز للمتطوعين ونشرها للتعريف بمساهماتكم لتكون أداة تحفيز مميزة. بيبل، رؤية جديدة للتطوع. A world characterized by profound changes. This is where we live. In so, universities and civil society organizations are advised to keep pace with these changes via appropriate mechanisms and tools, while continuing to focus on the importance of initiative and preservation of societal values. PVOL is delighted to launch its first international conference titled Developmental Volunteering in Universities, Foreseeing the Future and Inventing Alternatives. We seek to gather the largest possible number of students, volunteers, parties interested in volunteering for the community to learn more about the most prominent and outstanding success stories, and to provide the opportunity for participants to get trained and exchange experiences. In addition to learning about the latest innovative programs and technologies related to volunteering and its impact on the lives of individuals and societies, the conference is going to incorporate the following activities: professional lectures and specialized workshops, presentations of distinguished community initiatives and success stories around the world, various interactive sessions, a virtual exhibition to marketize projects and achievements of various universities, institutions, volunteer teams, and student clubs. مهما كان ما تقدمه للآخرين صغيرا، قد يكون كافيا لتغيير حياتهم. فالأشياء الصغيرة يمكنها أن تحدث أثرا عظيما. وسيلة إيجاد شيء صغير غير حياتها للأبد. اكتشفي الحكاية.
I grew up in a small village.
نشأت في قرية صغيرة في الجزائر، وعندما كنت في السابعة من عمري نشبت حرب أهلية دافئة تهددت فيها حياتنا ومستقبلنا. وفي يوم حار من صيف عام 1994 تغيرت حياتي إلى الأبد من قبل رجل لا أعرفه ولم ألتقه من قبل ولم يتسنى لي حتى شكرا.
ما هو الشيء الصغير الذي غير حياته وسيلة للأبد؟
My mother was at the local market.
بينما كانت أمي تتجول في سوق الأسبوع وإذ بها تلاحظ تجمع حشد من الناس، فراحت تستفسر عن سبب الحشد. أعلموها أن السلطات الفرنسية تقبل ملفات اللاجئين من الحرب الأهلية. كل ما كانوا يطلبون فقط أن تكتب اسمك على اللائحة. كانت أمي ترغب في تدوين اسمها بشدة على تلك اللائحة من أجل مستقبل أفضل لبناتها، ولكن كانت هنالك مشكلة، وهي أنها كانت أمية لا يمكنها القراءة والكتابة، فلم تتمكن من تدوين اسمها على قائمة اللاجئين. فمشت بعيدا خائبة. لحسن الحظ شاهدها رجل وراح يجري وراءها، فأعطته والدتي اسمها وقام بتدوينه على القائمة.
إذا هكذا تغيرت حياتها.
بعد أشهر قليلة تمكنت وعائلتي من الهجرة والاستقرار في فرنسا لأتابع حياتي وأتعلم وأتخرج من الجامعة وأعمل وأصبح عضوا في جامعة هارفارد الشهيرة.
تتابع وسيلة حديثها قائلة:
لو أنني بقيت في قريتي كنت لأعيش فقط محاولة اجتناب الرصاص والقنابل، وبعدها ستكون حياتي مختلفة عما هي عليه اليوم.
نعم، هكذا تغيرت حياة وسيلة وعائلة أبي عمل سبب جدا قام به رجل عادي لا تعرفه. يا ترى هل ندرك أهمية ما يمكن أن نقدمه للآخرين مهما كان؟ قد تكون معلمة حتى مادة في دراسة ما. لو شخص غريب قام بتوجيهك عندما كنت
أهلا وسهلا بالسادة الحضور مرة ثانية. أتمنى أنكم مستمتعون.
Welcome everyone again, and I hope that you are enjoying visiting the exhibition, the virtual exhibition of our conference. Now we'd like to call Mr. Mahmoud Al-Wajiba from the United Emirates to provide the fourth lecture about the development of he is a doctor of management of knowledge, and he participated in ESO. He was classified as like Steve Jobs and others among one of the distinguished brains in the Arab world. He is a trainer of innovation and foreseeing the future. Please, Doctor, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Peace be upon you. May Allah forgive us and give us more knowledge. You are able to do anything. Everybody, we are welcome to Bevel. Welcome to all our audiences. You are all welcome into this family which gathered today from all around the world to have one vision, which is to provide what is possible to do and to provide to others. And the methodology we are talking about today, it's a heaven methodology. It is an intuition of people. It's an instinct of people to stay alive, which made people have more responsibility towards support and help to others. This instinct was built in our genes since Adam, peace be upon him, to sustain life on this planet and to achieve the goal of having people on this planet, which is the worship of God, the only Allah. So after that, we had great civilizations, but they didn't take this aspect into consideration as it was supposed to, till the fruitful civilization, the civilization that changed this world, the civilization that carried the flag of the fruit and good deeds to the world, which is the volunteering. In our Holy Quran, there was a verse saying that وَمَنْ تَطَوَّعَ خَيْرًا, who volunteers, Allah knows him, and they have good, they will be rewarded by Allah. There are many verses that encourage people to participate in, to volunteer and to help others till they reach the peak of giving in our great civilization, which led and will lead this planet to peace and to goodness, with because it provided for 14 centuries the largest volunteering work known by humanity. It's not only about money, it's not only about volunteering in time and effort, but it's volunteering in fighting for God's sake. It's by dying and martyring to break the iron about the slaves who were being enslaved by people all around the centuries. All civilizations were built on the master and the slave, and the master used all their power and their power just to slave people on the earth and everything on earth. So this great civilization came to provide the largest volunteering known by history, to provide the spirits and the souls of their youth, to set free the ideas of people, to set free their brains, to let them know that masters and slaves, they are the same, they are one. So many many people started to assault us and claim that they are the fathers of volunteering, but history witnesses that givingness and volunteering and giving and supporting and empowering others, it's in our Islamic religion, and it's in the Holy Quran and in the Arab ethics, where because the Arab people used to describe the Arab female used to describe those leaders who were proposing to her that they should have high ethics. These are the characteristics of honored Arabs, strong people. They have strong ideas. They are honest. I'm not going to keep you long. This is a very simple introduction, just to not to make sure that we are, because that we are always taught that we are consumers. No, we are importing to humanity ideas, thoughts. We don't import to them only volunteering. We give humanity every good thing. We were and we will still give well, still people who give good things. To not go far from volunteering and the skills, just to focus more on skills, how to invest in our skills and in others' skills, to we can give them a new give them a new space of volunteering. There are spaces of volunteering, time, money, experience, for example, in medical field, maybe in food and textile. So everybody is responsible, and you are standing on a border of Islam, and you have to defend it well. And Islam taught us to give everybody. So giving that we are talking about today is about giving skills. How can we, and we are demanded to discover our skills, our own skills first, as volunteers, as a person who likes volunteering and giving others and supporting others. We have to discover our own skills first. What about our witness? What about our personal skills, talents? Many of us realize accurately how many dollars, for example, they have, or any other currency, or their real estate, or how many rooms they have at home. They know this accurately, but many of us don't realize accurately, or they don't realize their skills or abilities. So we really need to discover these skills and to build them in the right way and to direct them in the right way, that is suitable to us as people who were created on this earth, and not only to live and eat, no, to play our real uh, role, to be leaders and to be givers, and all types of giving. I'm mainly here to talk about giving ideas, thoughts, and to bring people, to upgrade people to the way that they can reach that level of good thoughts and of having high skills, and to avoid what the planet is trying to push us toward. And many of us know, and some people don't know, so they have to focus on the third countries, or maybe fourth and fifth, which is the southern hemisphere, that they were controlled. It's a very horrible control, which looks clean control, but it's not. I'm not going to keep you long, but I can say that if there were real awareness, nobody would have needed help, and no one would have needed support. There would be equality, real equity. Then there would be real fairness and equity. There would be no rights stolen from the strong or the powerful, and they won't say that they are the right ones and everybody else is not. So raising awareness, having good ideas and thoughts is really important for nations and people, and this is the first point. Now, to go back to skills, there are many studies talked about intelligence, maybe like Garner and other types, and the most famous one, Herna, and someone talked about the brains and about personal skills and these things. But on this planet, we didn't reach an invention or a new system that shows us clearly what are the skill of Rawazv, or the smartness of Rawazva or skills of Rawazva. So thank God we provided this invention, which is the first of its kind in the world, which tests the types of personalities and tells us about the possible smart and what are the possible talents, and under these talents, what are the life skills they have, and what are the most suitable jobs for these skills and talents, and what are the future jobs or activities that they can look for and exceed and this is the path. This is our number one project in 2020 in exhibition, and we thank God that it was applied and in the place and collected and included all the brain powers and opened our unique road, which is that was opened recently, which is Rawajba Road. And now I'd like to I'd like to ask them that they would be celebrated today on this platform. They would be celebrated internationally by coordination with Ms. Sahar and Dr. Bashar. Inshallah, they would give you a link for this. I'm not going to keep you long, but what I want to say is that our mission is to discover what we have skills as individuals, skills of our employees, our wives, or what people who are working for, and to know about the people we are volunteering for or we want to help. So the first thing is to discover our own skills, our abilities, to know where we are going and how we are going to know that our abilities are dedicated in the right place. The second point is to know the people I'm volunteering for. Like in the previous video, they focused about don't give me a fish, but teach me how to fish. That's right. We don't need to provide people with food and time. We need them to innovate. They should sit off. They should be productive. They should have a sense of the gifts they have, and they should know that the upper hand is better than the lower hand. Of course, it's the better by giving. It's better by giving rewarded by Allah. To reach them to this phase, we love them, but our love is from giving. Maybe we love those people because of the situations or because they might be in an unjust situation, and maybe they love us because the gifts they get from us and the support they get from us. But we want to stop this way of thinking, this way of humiliating humanity. Everybody can lead and produce and succeed and achieve, even if these leaderships were not there everywhere. So I'm calling for liberating them and setting them free intelligently. Let them, the terrorists who are controlling them and calling them a government, to stop them and to give them that big space to how they can start innovative, pioneering projects, and to be in the step of producing, not taking. And simply, we have laboratories for innovation. I'm talking now how we can use our digital skills to generate simple projects with zero cost. And so we can move these people from one place to the place where they deserve to be. These steps we are going to provide, inshallah, as a promise. Please coordinate this with Dr. Bashar. I promise to give you a laboratory for innovation for free under the name of Rawasba. Who with us and who with you can come to the laboratory of innovation to come free to take the tools, but the time now is very short. But inshallah, on behalf of Fariq Rawatbe, team Rawatbe, we promise to give you a free training course. Just quickly, the stages of innovation and the tools of innovation that we provide to our trainers, they are trainees, they are very simple, and every family can look for some needs, the main problems and the main wishes and the main challenges they face. And in this regard, there are many tools, innovative tools, not ready-made tools. And then every family, after specifying accurately their needs, their wishes, their objectives, their challenges, they can start generating ideas about solutions. And of course, we have innovative tools about generating these ideas. And then in the next phase, as volunteers, we have to work with these people. It's not about giving them ideas and thoughts. We have to enable them to use these tools. So after finishing these 4 steps, we can all stay at home and have big movements. So the first idea, it's about to specify the needs, challenges, and the problems. The second point is to start putting ideas, to have a brainstorming among the family members. Of course, there are always access. There is always a problem, solutions. Sometimes we just be blind, or sometimes we are lazy to do something. So in the third step, we try to study and to take the less costly ideas and then try to implement them in reality. And I'd like to give you an example how we can build the skills. For example, my son or my friend, we are all living in one country or in one nation, from the ocean till the Gulf. So from this principle, I can say that there is one simple example that how we can invest in skills. There are children in Gaza who provide through fives and mustaqil platforms. They are the first who started in this world. They started with zero cost projects. They have accounts on Fives platform or in any other platform similar to this. So they started providing their services. Many students, many skilled people, excuse me, or many people who have skills that were not discovered because they were poor and hungry, and this is what they were meant to. But these children now, they are leading projects in Gaza Strip and even in Egypt, even in other countries around the world. So if you look for them, you find that they provide different services like translation services, like designing services, industrial design, like engineering design, like research services about music. So you can talk about a large range of services. Today the world is open to everybody, but this doesn't mean that if we are meant to be blind, this doesn't mean that the world is not open. It's open to everybody. We are not supposed to blame others. That's right, that life is hard and difficult. We all know that how leaders are being unjust with the slaves, but we want those people to have that leap and to be liberated economically and even on their personal life. It could be like a skill of drawing, painting, or maybe balls, playing with balls or whatever, maybe going out without traveling, without making the migration of brains from Arab world to other areas around the world. So simply it's about discovering these skills and abilities and to provide them to others. There are different and many ways And I'd like to add to them that there are many channels to teach similar skills. For example, if we go to Google, Google Skills, you find many channels where you can use them to train yourself and to empower yourself till we reach our objective, which is liberating everybody around the world. And now what is leading the ideology and the thoughts of the world? They are leading the technology. They learned by YouTube. They didn't take certificates. The, because they didn't just spend they didn't go to universities. It's about personal and self studies. So those people who didn't go to universities, they are not supposed to feel that they are lower than others or less than others. No, they are similar to others. uh, it's only about, don't be lazy, try not to neglect your points of strength. I'm not going to keep you long, but finally we put a measurement or scale to scale these skills of leadership. How can I score, um, for example, my wife's skills or my manager or other people? I'd like to give you the link of this now in the chat box. In this link, there are 40 skills with evaluation of all the skills. This link is free and it's simple. You can take it now, go download the Excel sheet and try it, and you can just evaluate the skills to know which skill you are very good at, excellent or good or fair. And so you can know how can we enhance the excellent skills and to enhance the good ones, and even to discover the fair skills so we can work on them and and upgrade them. This is a very simple gift from me to you in this today's conference, which is to discover our skills, which is saying that my skills indicate my type of personality and my intelligence about the system that I talked about earlier. This is very quick and simple link. I'm not going to keep you long. I ask God to be faithful in our work, and we ask for barakah in our results. Our responsibilities are really large, and this is our responsibility on our shoulders, and this deserves from us to sacrifice and to exert efforts and to give, so we can all reach, hopefully, our goals, and to see our vision, which is having an empowered generation and to have an innovative and pioneering nation, hopefully. And peace be upon you all. Peace be upon you. Thank you, Dr. Mahmoud, for this valuable lecture. Thank you very much. Now we call you for a very short. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted just to say, if you have any question, I'm willing to answer, or we can go to the break. Okay, we will go to the break now to visit the virtual exhibition. And after that, we will come back, inshallah. Okay, you can go to the break, and we are going to pray in the mosque, and we can meet you after prayer and after the break. Thank you.
We would like to welcome you again, and we are still in our sessions, and we are want to provide for those successful presentations and of the initiatives which have been provided by people who have this responsibility towards others and giving. The first initiative is to start the sustainable business environment with Abdelhamid Maktoum from Morocco. The floor is yours. Mr. Hafiz. Mr. Hafiz, are you with us? It seems that Mr. Hafiz is here, but it seems that he is now. He will be with us after 9 or 10 minutes. Maybe he's not yet prepared, and we can communicate with him later. In case he was ready, he can start. Okay. So we will make you joyful with one of the presentations by one of the volunteers until the professor is ready. One of the volunteers have written this. It's beautiful to listen to or to make this new life for us. When you make our time and our effort is a space for getting goodness in return for helping others and providing for ethics, you are creating a new life for yourself when you have your imprint everywhere you go with all the values you believe in. As the youth of the nation, you shall make this the life of you so that we become the life of the nations. We shall provide for the values, for the ethics, for the belief, and this shall be done by the strength of the youth. You volunteer with your ethics, with your moral, with your specialty, with your education. Help improve the nation's situation. Make part of your time volunteering time so that you have the flowers of life coming up with a new life for you. This is with the words of Dhikra Al-Hawi. We'd like to thank her for her words. We also have another volunteer who had said very beautiful words. Haifa Sharqan, she said, to sow the seeds and to give are two words which are similar. So that when you give others, you just don't give the money to the people who are in need, but giving is in everything, in work, in the school, at the university, in dealing with your family, with the people around you, so that you give to yourself at the same time. Amongst the concepts of giving is volunteering. Volunteering does not need you to be someone who is powerful or rich. You volunteer with what you can. If you have the money, give it. If you have the smartness, give it. If you have time and effort as well, you can give it to others. You can come up with whatever you can to bridge one of the gaps of the Islamic society and help its improvement. At the end, she would like to thank the platform. She's saying people is from the nation of Iqra. Thank you for encouraging volunteering and making it an important skill and behavior of the people. So if people don't try their best, as if they are committing suicide. Thank you very much, Sharqan, for your beautiful words. Are you ready with us? Hello? Hello? Yes. Yes, we can hear you. We? Yes, I can hear you. Peace be upon you. Apologies. Now the floor is to Mr. Hafiz Al-Maktoum. Peace be upon you. Are you Mr. Hafiz? Are you? Yes. It seems that there is another account on your name. Yes, one for the phone, one for the computer. Yeah, that's right. If you're ready, we can start now. If you give me 3 minutes, that would be great, so that I can prepare for my presentation. Can you hear us, Doctor? Yes, yes, sound is clear. Thank you very much. Peace be upon you all, his blessings and mercies. Hamid Maktoub, the head of the General Union of the Small Attents, FAS, Morocco. In regard to this presentation, if the sound is good for you. Yes, it is clear. Yes, it is clear. So we start with the name of God. The organization of the International Union for Small Projects or SMEs is a legal framework, social framework, which is non-profit. We started on this for a year and a half. I've worked on this before 2020. Me and some of my colleagues in regard to that there are so many youth who have projects. We wanted to train them and to help them to be able to come up with a suitable social status, especially that we work in the fields of which are important at the current or modern era. We also had another organization which we have established in 2017, which is called Education and Development, which is the incubator, which of the idea of this union, which targeting these fields, because this organization, which is called Science and Development, has centers in Morocco and incubates the children, the youth who have new ideas, who have the capabilities for creativeness. And what we do is we work with them to develop their ideas, business models, so that we have come up with a union. And that's to have those people, the youth who have been trained in the different scientific backgrounds and the different creativity issues so that we can bring them all together in one place in projects so that they can have the ability to come up with projects which can create income for and generate income for them, which develops them and their societies. Recently, we have been working on solar systems and solar energy. We had established some partnerships with pioneering companies in this field, which are local companies which have accepted to support these youth. And this was done through providing them with equipment, with tools, and even to supervise them through certain trainings provided for the youth who are in the union. And this is especially after coming up with a legal framework for them, whether we are talking about the framework of a cooperative or a company or a personal company. So we can make them cooperate with those big companies. For example, just to give you an example, there's Oraspi and Binkola and SCM, those pioneering companies in a number of fields, amongst of which solar energy, and as well there is this field of what is called the CNC, new machineries. So there are so many CNCs which work on printing, on also scripting, and the 3-dimension printers. All those machines can come up with new products for the market, which the countries don't provide for us, like China or Turkey, with all respect to the countries who have worked on this before us. However, we work hard in our union to empower our youth to be better in their production, those youth who are a part of this union, so that they can come up with local products which are specific for the situation and which are going to compete with what we import from other countries. As well, we are working on establishing partnerships with the government institutions. There is Sidi Mohammed bin Abdullah University in our city, which we want to have partnership with, and there is the Center for Creativity of this university, and there is also another center for investment we have cooperation with. Recently, we have come up with an agreement with the Minister of National Education and TVET and Higher Education and Research partnership and an agreement with them, so that we can develop our initiative, which we are doing through the Union of SMEs and the supporting organizations. So in another word, this experience we have accumulated amongst the years is just the starting point. Those networks we have created are also just the beginning of our work with this, have led us, those are volunteering work which have led us to opening new relationships with companies in the private sector and the public sector alike, and all due thanks to Allah at this time at which we meet together on the BVOL platform. We had the honor to speak to you, to spread this experience, to talk about this important step we have taken in cooperation with the youth, with the leaders who we have in the office. So our goal is to share our experience with you and to support some of the people and sides which would like to do work in this field, because creativity and small projects, sustainable business, all those fields which are related to environmental sustainability are as well are some of the sectors where we shall develop in, whether talking about individuals or societies. This is our vision, and this is what we are working on, and which we'd like to spread. Until now, we have been capable of having about 400 members, and we are developing in our work. And here, when we talk about members, we're talking about private businesses, about companies, about contractors, about cooperatives, and also some honorable members from the government institutions or businessmen. We are trying as much as possible to develop and expand on this experience, which we have reached. Now we are working on a partnership with an institution which is the headquarters of which is in Washington, America. This institution is also working on supporting the youth who have small and who have projects, who have creative ideas, who work in the field. And we have a number of trainers who spread their experience and they share it with others. This is our honor as well to be part of such deals with external actors. And in this presentation, one of our goals is to deliver this message and this mission and vision we have to the rest of the organizations, especially when we talk about the rest of the Arab countries, the Islamic world, where we have the unity of the language with them, where we have the unity of religion with them, and a number of other important reference points. And this is why we are trying so as much as possible to improve and expand on this topic and this experience. We are still at the beginning. Most of us are just people who did not reach, majority of the people in the office didn't reach their 40s yet. We're trying to make sure that we benefit from the expertise and the experiences we are going through, and we share experience with others as well. Here we can talk about, I forgot part of this presentation. Here, when we talk about the project, we are trying as much as possible to dismantle some of the problems, issues. This is the high rise of the unemployment, especially amongst the people who have graduated, and it's a good percentage that amongst of them they are capable of going into business, but they don't have monitors and people who can follow on their work. That's why they might be the victims of migration, and then their minds are drained out of the country. Their minds can be useful for developing the society, or could have been useful for developing the society. That's why the idea is helping the people who have ideas of projects, development projects, through this pioneering environment for businesses. And we work in the field of alternative energy, in recycling, also of material. We concentrate, of course, on solar energy, and we work on recyclage. And we are trying to work with a group of government institutions. And we also have some partnerships with businesses as well in this field. We have also CNC projects, machine projects. We can also talk about the development of those or importing for them. We also have crafts like the modern crafts, for example, the industries which depend on, as I said, on the machines, CNC, the 3-dimension printers, and the machines which use the rest of the model material for 3D printing. So in regard to this intervention, we have 6 topics we will be doing. We established training centers. So far, we could open 2 of them. And second, we will support technically and financially speaking in cooperation with other partners, whether inside Morocco or outside. The targeted group is we study the feasibility studies of their projects. We provide for them some other supporting aid, like in regard to establishing their companies through legal means, and we will link them to supporting sites and companies. And this is something we have done before with some of the youth. Also, we also would like to empower them in regard to e-marketing and the new commerce systems. We have worked on producing websites, pages, and accounts on Instagram and others. We photograph some of the productions, and we help the group we work with through providing their services and products through social media. And this is in itself is something we have been developing continuously. As well, these things are provided for free. Some of the sites support in this field for free. That's because we want the activities to continue. As well, as a result, we expect to have a big number of youth who are unemployed, who have the degrees to be in those projects. There is demand for businesses, for SMEs. They are marginalized. We receive those people who have ideas of projects, who use this initiative we have provided. Until now, we have a preliminary impact, and we hope that this is going to be even developed further. We also work on in the fields which are beneficial in direct and indirect way, as we said. We have the fields which are considered sustainable fields. We concentrate on those, especially when you talk about smart machines or solar machines or sustainable agriculture. All those fields are helpful in regard to developing the community, to also helpful in sustainability. Also, we use the latest developments in regard to achieving the product. So some of the beneficiaries, we try to seed the ideas through lectures of coaching, of training, which is provided to them, which plant those ideas deep in their minds, so that they become their own goals, and so that they achieve them, whether through communicating with their families or with their friends. And we also spread the usefulness of this project through these. These are some of the photos of trainings with some of the youth. As we provide some workshops like sewing, media, shaving, and barbers, professions for the people who would like to learn about these professions. In addition to what I have said before, here, according to our vision, what is next? We need to establish this cornerstone for this pioneering sustainable business environment. We have in America, for example, the Business Valley, or in some other countries which are advanced. There are some similar incubators which provide all the pillars and the basis in a specific place, geographic place, which is called the environment, which is comprehensive complement which is suitable for living and for development. They provide it's the same way you have as agricultural system or plants or also animal system or natural system. We try as much as possible to come up with the full circle through machines. We try to provide within this environment, everything is needed for the business, and this is what we target as well. We want to create the leaders of tomorrow, socially and environmentally speaking, through, for example, peer reviews, through raising the awareness, through coaching. We also might share those ideas. They share those ideas. They spread those to the family, to the friends, so that we can create leaders in those fields, which might lead to development locally or nationally or internationally. We want to work on the national level as well. We want to share our experience on the international arena level. As I said before, we don't have any problem in sharing our experience and in communicating with you to show you the results of our work. And as well, we will be benefiting from the experiences of others. This is in regard to the presentation. I hope that I was capable of summarizing all our work, and I hope that I was not long. I didn't think that I have enough time for videos to show you, or to on our website, but maybe we'll do that later. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Hafiz Maktoub, for this beautiful initiative, and I hope that you continue to work on this field. And I now move to another initiative which is important with Afrah Ali from Yemen, which is a story of steadfastness. The floor is yours.
Peace be upon you. By the name of God. Can you see my screen? No share screen. Just a second, please. And now, yes, it's clear. By the name of God. By the name of God, the most gracious and most merciful. Volunteering, generally it's about increasing happiness, especially when it gathers us in this wonderful conference. So we'd like to thank BVOL and the Ministry of Social Affairs in Kuwait. They are the pioneers of volunteering in Arab world, and especially in our world. I'd like to say, to start, if I was a candle, I would. My mother is the guarantee of it, and my father is the oil of it. They taught us the meaning of volunteering, and they taught us how I should serve my nation and my people. The problem of our initiative, story of Samud. Education is the secret of the raiseness of people, and the first verse was read, which is the very clear evidence of this. And women play a very important role in family and in society to achieve their goals. Without education, they can't do that. So the problem of the steadfastness story is came from the deepness of the need of the society for education, especially for women who used to live in ignorance, and whose dreams were imprisoned. They were hurting in silence, and they were moving from one place to another without education, and they can't play their role because of this. The society just wanted for women to work in farms to help their families or to support their children physically, only physically, without any ideas, any science, any reading. From here, there was the need to the steadfastness story, Hikayat Sumud. From where the idea of Hikayat Sumud came? The idea's owner. It started from an initiative from Hussein Shami, the head of the manager of Al Furqan institution, who lives in Al Hamdan, who sees the real situation of women and the need of society for women who can recite Quran and who has qualifications from universities to be the beacon of their society and to be pioneers in their families. So we started to move to convince the Technology and Science University to cooperate with the institution of Holy Quran to support these girls to continue their studies at the university. And this took place by great support from Hamid Aqlan, the head of the Technology and Science University in the past. And that was by the support of Ms. The head of the Technology and Science University. And from here, the story started. The trip of education. That means in Qura Hamdan, in Hamdan villages, those girls, they were far away from the university life, but this was very powerful, encouraging, and empowering one to teach them how the skills of leadership. And they managed to exchange this experience and to exchange it even to their students and to give them the feeling of being distinguished and elite. One of their students says, this is as if it was a renaissance when I saw the university and when I saw the dreams and my ambitions became true. So I wanted to be a candle to lighten the road of my students. Here, these two images, the first one of the compound of Al Furqan, where the students learned and memorized Holy Quran. And unfortunately, because of Sana'a situation, it stopped working in 2015 to be, as it was said, after every hardship there was a grant. So Rihlat Sumud became to go to the university. So they started going to the university in summer 2016. God says, those who were dead and we brought them again alive. This is a very high resolution image of a community that was dead. It's now alive again at the hands of education. They worked hard day and night. They worked hard to work and to get education and to serve the society and to eliminate all the bad ideas of ignorance. So they became the project of a nation, and to be a very strong steadfastness against any project of changing identities and principles. And here is a very short story of these girls who started reading Quran. What can we wait from them? The Quran changed their ideas. They showed them the right way. They lightened their lives. They were really beacons. Why? Because they can set an example of their steadfastness. All things cannot describe what they achieved with very poor tools. They were under trees, in tents, on mountains. They were just studying. They were waiting for nothing. Believe me, if you read their stories, you would find them really strange and astonished. And I promised them that I would tell the people around about them on People platform on the account of أمة تقرأ. And so wait us for حكاية صمود. And here is the story of 4 girls. Among them, I hope that this can shorten the distance to understand the situation from where we come and from where we reached. From a village where girls were not allowed to leave their village for any reason, whatever it was. So first of all, they were permitted to go to Furqan to learn Quran, and after that, going to the University of Technology and Science. It was a real miracle. Maybe this is too much for those who can get education easily, but this is the situation in Yemen. This is because of all the pressure that we had from the society, but we tried hard and we never gave up. We went through that road. I accompanied them step by step. In the first term, they collected whatever they have from gold, money, so they paid it as fees for the university. On the second term, we came with tears, saying that we have nothing to pay for the fees. But I told them, you are the carriers of Quran and you will never be disabled. Allah is with you. So I contacted the administrative of the university and explained the situation to them, and the dean of the university, Dr. Hamid Aqlan, he adopted their ambition and dreams. They adopted these girls, so they were pardoned from paying any fees. So you can imagine the results and the effect they have on these girls. And what other meaning of volunteers do we need? We are people who are coming from war, from very difficult situation economically and socially, but they wanted just to be candles. So they became a good example of steadfasting and working efforts. So they continued their studying, and they started to train and to understand and to train others and to conduct some contests and to train others. And I believe that one of the most difficult challenges they faced, actually no physical, no financial or moral support, having no internet connection for most of them, and no electricity. And these are the stories you heard about. Under this situation, you would ask, what's the exit? There was always hope with pain. Yeah, hope is always there with pain, and it was always for these girls at the hands of those good people. And I know that the good and the nice and generous people of Kuwait played a very important role in supporting these girls, like Dr. Zuhairi. He was in Kuwait, and with the international network, they played an important role in the system of Holy Quran. This system aims at recording Quran verses so people can memorize it, and this would have a greater effect. And this is what we noticed, especially in schools and in other institutions, because it had very great results in real life. And we will stop here, and of course in the exhibition you can see more examples about the market of the Holy Quran. What is the result? 29 graduates from Science and Technology University. They were the core of an educational revolution in families and society. They became the symbol and the example of fighting and of achieving the goals of a woman who is committed to their religion and the principles, but who broke the borders of silence, who started having initiatives of teaching reading even to others. You are they Anti min ummati iqra. This is the platform that we have, and you can have access to it on Bivol platform. We adopted their modern ways, And we have what we call it Sama, which is the market of products of the Holy Quran, where they teach the Holy Quran and religious skills, managerial skills, even leadership skills, and others life skills. So they started working and volunteering in university till their headquarters became moved into Aden just a short time ago, and you can check this. By education, we set a motto, which is the sustainability of this initiative, which is volunteering education. We build society and we reduce the pain of our nation. As we mentioned, there is the project of summer, which is the market of Quran products, where we have the raw material from the nature, let's say the garbage of the nature. I'm sorry about this, but this is what I mean, whether we are talking about bottoms, about pieces of wood, about anything related to textile or anything. They were collected and recycled, and they were reproduced under the title of the market of products of Quran. So I invite you to visit this exhibition and to see the products by your own self. The other one, Anti min Ummati Iqra. You are from Iqra, from Read Nation. The idea came from the reality in 2018, from the real life of those people who are living there, and from the real life of Yemen women, whether they were university student, a school student, or even a mother. So the idea became, why don't we have an initiative, an electronic initiative that can accept everybody without exception? And the only account was on WhatsApp and Telegram because of poor connection in Yemen, of course. And we have the snapshot account, which is the main account. These girls, they preserved the principles, and they broke the silence barrier. And we might wonder, what are the results? Are these the only results? We have hundreds of people who memorized the Quran, graduated from the university recently, and from those who started in the initiative, we have more than 150 girls who memorized the Quran, and we have dozens of women who are illiterate and they graduated from centers of education. In our recent statistics, we have 912 students. We have many activities like contest lectures, symposiums for females. It's similar to the gatherings in Yemen. They became as lectures. Why? To occupy women and girls instead of the bad schools. So it would be a leap, and it would add something really different to these girls. These images for the graduates, and these images of Mashru' Summer project, as I mentioned. All the products here, or that you might see when you visit to the exhibition, all of them unexceptionally are handmade. They are handmade, those made at the hand of Sumud, Hikayat Sumud, or Steadfastness Story. And here is another initiative of 2020. These are the books that were read, and we set off the first project, which was, I want to give you an idea, which is reading, printing more than 150 books, whether they are school books, university books, or even religious books. So we had two projects. And the International Day of Arabic Language, there was very good interactive on the level of Yemen and the Arab world, and there were participation from Malaysia, Turkey, and China, and even Morocco. I don't know how many minutes I have, but please listen to this example. The teacher of these girls waited to achieve her goal 15 years, and she graduated with this group. This is one of her students. Please listen to this. No voice, no sound. You can't hear anything. Dr. Afrah, we can't hear anything. Where's the problem? Sorry, how can I play the audio in the video? When you share screen, you should choose that the audio would be played with it. You should tick an option there. I'm sorry. I really like you to hear her nice voice. If you like, you can send it to the participants. Oh, okay. I think the audio would be available on Bevel platform in Iqra, Read Nation. I think that there will be another lecture in a few minutes. So I'm sorry for the technical problem. Okay, I hope that you can see the video on the platform, on our website, on Bevel platform. What's next? Support to guarantee the stay. We can never stop, and science life would never stop, and it's always developing. So I'd like to call you all to support these girls, to support them financially, morally, to have a greater effect and more sustainable effect. I can tell you that they dedicated their lives, their students, as people who memorized Quran to teach and to train and even to build society. But we know that this is a very big responsibility, and being a volunteer needs a lot of cooperated efforts, and this is what Bevel is trying to do. And this conference is a very good example of communication, and I'm really proud to be a speaker today with you, not for myself, but to just show you the experience of these girls whom I think, I don't know what do you think about this experience, but I think it's a fantastic experience in the situations that I mentioned. And I'm sure that you can see their stories on Bevel platform. And finally, every story has an end, but our story is about steadfastness that will never end. Thank you to you, and thanks to Bevel. Thank you, Dr. Afrah, for your initiative and for speech. We wish you all the best, and God bless your efforts. Now, Dr. Muhammad Mohsen will would take the floor to moderate the workshop. Peace be upon you. Hello, everyone. Hello, Bevel guests. Hello, all our professors and the presenters. It was a very rich day. With all the interventions and the presentations, and our last presentation would be with Dr. Yusri. We would have to introduce him just quickly, because Dr. Auda will talk to us. He's a professor in the policies of innovation in Gulf and Arab Gulf University since 2015. He's a researcher in sustainability and innovation, and he's a member of the Royal Society of scientific research, and he's the dean of applied science university for a few years. He is an academic guy of the MA in administration and an international consultant with the UN for international projects. He has many books and researches about innovation and about policies. Today he's going to talk to us about innovation. With innovation, there will be with volunteer will has a special taste. That's right, that all the presentations today, they mentioned innovation, but innovation with Dr. Ouda Al-Jusi has a different taste. Dr. Ouda, the floor is yours, and I'd like to thank you in advance. I'm sorry we kept you till the end, but we hope that we would have a very nice closing. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, by the name of God, and I'd like to start by thanking God and I'd like to talk today about the laboratories of innovation and how they meet volunteering in universities and the importance of establishing thoughts, institutional thoughts of innovation, or this is what I call it, ijtihad. I always interpret innovation to ijtihad, or working hard by the name of God. Generally, I start by who am I, we, and the current moment. Sorry, doctor, can you make it a full screen so it can be seen to everybody clearly? Okay, we talk today that the strength of the idea and the strength of the current moment comes from our understanding of ourselves, knowing ourselves, knowing the nation burden. So there should be a nation from you calling for good deeds, and our understanding of the current situation, the social, economic, environment challenges, for poverty, climate changes, and all the crises we live in. So the value of innovation comes from these 3 points that I mentioned. There are many questions about how the innovation can be related to sustainability. Pandemic and the crises of the nation can accelerate innovation, and what's the role of universities in this, and about the changes in society that can give a chance to the show of a new models of innovation. This is what I'm going to talk about in this presentation. The main axis that I'm going to talk about the current situation, how we can think of the mapping, the brain map, the engines, problem solving methodologies to find how to solve the problem. Everyone has a direction to go to, and culture and social innovation, how we have civilized models like city models, how Prophet Muhammad took an example from Ar-Rawahil, that set a good civilized example, international example. And I'm going to talk about how we can establish what we call it a business model, and to measure its effect and to have a case study. There would be a kind of like a relative approach in this regard. Very quickly and in very short, it's important to understand ourselves, what we want, to understand ourselves, to understand what is around us, understand the burden of the nation. There is a say that goes that the bird is born twice, once when it hatches and see the lights, and the other one when it flies. Volunteering symbolizes a new birth to the society, because in this way people would see light from giving, because when you give, that means you have an added value. And when you are enlightened, that means you realize the real campus. And this is what we call it لكل وجهة هو موليها. You know your role in life. Of course, there are many famous words that you've heard. There are many ideas that, for example, that your ideas determine your path. We have to monitor our words, our ideas, our habits, because they will be part of our life. So volunteering would form this and would affect our ideas, our actions, and our personalities. Societies changed from before farming, the early person who was living on hunting, and after farming, which is the industrial, technical, and even scientific people. So people at universities understand that we are now in the area of post-pandemic. They are accelerating what we call it the digital economy. So it is important to understand the language of the age for different generations, or what we call it XYZ, the new generation, the Z generation, who were born after 2000. They know the technical things. They know the information about IT. They know about the intelligence. Of digital intelligence. These are the levels I talked about concerning societies, for societies that lived on hunting, then farming, then information and technology, and after information and technology. Now we are very close to the from the top to this, and the pandemic actually accelerated this change. We always learned about and heard about the growth of technical intelligence and how intensive information there is. In the beginning, what is innovation? What is social innovation in volunteering in universities for youth? Youth are strong power, because they have the ability to take risks. They have power. They have foreseeing for the future. So they can, you can't have added value unless you have hope for the future. And the youth, they are a very good asset that we have to invest in. Of course, when we talk about social innovation, we have to talk about how we can change the idea into activity that can serve society. There are many new ideas and new needs of the society. We have to understand how we can develop partners like Ummat Iqra, Read Nation, or to use simple tools concerning sustainable development and concerning environment, or concerning power, or concerning environment. So we have to know how to change simple ideas into something bigger through partnerships. And innovation depends on developing the individual skills at the university students, and it depends on the institutional innovation, as they mentioned, for example, in the project of Ummat Iqra in Arab countries and in the Arab Gulf. Innovation starts from understanding the context or the needs of the society, whether it is economic situation, education, or other things, and change them into new products, and after that evaluating them and reading the indicators of success. So it is important to understand the context we live in. We have to develop in new solutions, in new services, and in new business models. And after that, we have to measure the effect, and this is really important. It's important to measure the effect. As we mentioned, there are many social needs, like environment, like poverty, like unemployment. So we have to think how we can benefit from the social partnerships and from the and to benefit from these. So because there might be a relationship between the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Education, or the Ministry of the Youth, or the Ministry of Agriculture, For example, they might plant 1 million trees in different countries, etc. Innovation is identified in economy. The first one who thought about this is Schumpeter after the World War One. They thought that the results of as a result of wars and similarly after pandemic, it could it create opportunities? So we have to look at crises and pandemics, whether in the East or the West. We have to see them as chances to rethink and to reconsider, to know ourselves and to understand the context and to generate new business models and to swim against the stream. Of course, the crises that we have, they were very big crises like Tatar, like colonization of Palestine. We have very big crises. All of these crises can create a new awareness of innovation and about gathering, about standing up and being standing by. This is what we call it, the civilizational standing by. There should be awareness about these shocks, and from all these shocks, it was the pandemic, poverty, unemployment, and even the poverty. So all of these can create opportunities. We might think that this is bad for us, but it could be good. So why do we have social innovation? It's clear that it concentrates or focuses on creating or the renaissance of something new. The innovation can create this life, bringing things to life again, or this is what we call it, bringing new cultures to life, or what was mentioned in hadith. At the top of every century, there would be a person who can renew the nation. So work and exerting efforts is related to nation, to people, to institutions, and not only to individuals. So volunteering and working with the youth can generate sustainable and innovative solutions in the technology, in this technological age. So this is, I'm using always the word ijtihad for innovation. So the model of innovation goes through different stages, through how I can understand the problem, analyze the problem, and suggest solutions for this problem, as from the examples that we listened to today. So we started from number 1 till number 7. First of all, we look for challenges and opportunities. For example, we might have a problem with pollution or no education opportunities, like in ICRA situation. After that, we suggest new ideas, how we can teach these girls. After that, I have to test the idea. Make sure that the idea is valid and it works well. Then I spread the idea. Then I change the business model to apply this idea. This is simply what I call it, the trip of innovation. It starts by looking for opportunities. Then it ends with changing the business models. Most of the challenges that we see, what we call it, the challenge of innovation, that most of the ideas die before implementation. So many people who have the enough effort to try and to not give up on their ideas, because most of the ideas don't see light, so they need to be tested first. Because even in the culture of building this, the culture of city, for example, in the culture of a Prophet Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that you know better about your life. This is about how you test your ideas and look for alternatives. to summarize the trip of innovation, this I like to use the metaphor. What do I mean by the metaphor? First of all, to have insight. This is what we call it. You are not blind in your eyes, but in your heart. So this is about the insight. You should be able to use your insight. After that, everyone has their own direction. This is what we call it, to have the compass, and this is what we call it, to have the cover that can include all the parties of the society. This is what the Prophet Muhammad brought his gown to carry the black rock to build the Kaaba. So we can't have innovation unless we have a platform that can include everybody, the marginalized, the vulnerable people, the youth, the old people and women. So there should be a goal that can respect the variety of people and respect the difference among all people, and build what we call it the social dialogue. Then we have to get the ship which can take us to our destination. So it's about having insight, then compass, because it's very important to decide on your direction. After that, there should be participation, social dialogue, and then there should be the tools, the methods, till the ship goes toward the destination. This is just shortly the metaphors I use in this trip. Of course, there are many challenges and many things to empower innovation. We can talk about them concerning the things that enable the innovation. It's clear that the technical change that we witness all around the world, in addition to the changes in the generation like Z generation, in addition to the climate changes, the conflicts, all of these things affect innovation. But there is a house for innovation, and there are pillars of this. There should be a national project for innovation. Otherwise, the society won't go through the trip of innovation unless there is a national system for innovation. In another word, there should be a strategy, policies for innovation, culture of innovation. So this is really important. Now, to talk about the youth, how the youth in universities, in volunteering, how can make use of the innovation labs and to build their own ideas in the beginning, so they can so these ideas can see the light at the end and can be invested in later. How these ideas can have factors of a successful work. There are different models. Of course, they are available in Palestine, in Jordan, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, and in different Arab countries like Oman and others, Tunisia and Morocco. And they show us how the local products, for example, olive or other products, can be innovative products. Of course, innovation needs adaptation with the challenges that we mentioned earlier, with disruptions, for example. There is a change of type of education, because the future is for IT, for the power, and the changes in the climate. The scopes and the spaces of innovation, it's really important to understand that innovation, it's not about having a new product, a house or a pen, but it is interrelated with the ways of thinking, and with business models. So innovation at the youth should be related with the methods of thinking and the vision of the problem, and this is related with the generation of what we call it business model. It is important for the success of these projects, because this is important, and this depends on the business model innovation. The business model, as I mentioned, is related to compass and insight, and it is related to understanding the context and the understanding of the change and the direction, and to foresee the future and to know the direction I want to go to. How I can see the future. All of these things are interrelated to the foreseeing of the future. In the innovative lab, there is something what we call it الرسم الماسي, or the diamond paint. This is what we call for discovering the problem, the nature of the problem, the seeds of the problem. So we have to think about what is the main axis of the problem, so we can focus on shall we focus on skills, on behavior, on a student, on curriculum, or what? So after that, we can understand, which is one of the challenges we have, whether the problem is with the teacher, with the students, or with the curriculum. Then we can come up with developing new solutions. It could be about building abilities and skills. After that, we can implement these suggested solutions, and this is what we call it الرسم الماسي المزدوج. And here there is always, you know more about your life. You know, we, for example, the society of a city, it's about brain. They always depend on try, on experiment. In this case, there might be many different failing tries, and you know, failure is a new lessons that we can build on, and we can learn from. You are not supposed to think that this is bad for you. On the contrary, it's good for you. So the society can always see the renewable brain that always think of something in you. So here there is a very big space for failure, but on the other hand, there are resources and talents that we can use. I wanted to just change this slide, but I don't know what happened. Okay, it worked here. Okay. Innovation is related with the three phases from right to left. It's about raising awareness, spreading the idea, and if we are calling about recycling or أمة اقرأ or شباب رقمي, digital youth, or training girls, so we have what we call it spreading the idea, then implementing the idea, then spreading skills within our daily life. And I think that through the presentations today, of the case studies that we've seen today, they were actually related to these three phases. It's about raising awareness, having the idea, and spreading skills. Of course, in the planning in the innovative lab, solving problems, it's not linear, it's non-linear. It's related to tests, tries. It's complicated, so solutions are not always linear. They're not always simple. They are complicated. They should be tested and tried and meditated. They should be always retried and re-expired, and to experiment them. And this, so we should listen to the needs of people, and to be careful in noticing things, and to not be fast. So we have to listen to people needs and to understand the context. This model that I explained earlier, Al-Masi, the diamond model, talking about experiments, analyzing the problem, and coming up with ideas and spreading ideas. As I told you, you know better about your situation, so trying and planning and designing solutions, it's not linear. The problem needs to be thought fully about, to repeat your work and think and try, as we mentioned. This is the methodology that goes from 1 to 7 that I mentioned before. So it's about looking for the opportunities and the challenges, and ends with changing the business model. Of course, the path of knowledge starts with discovering and searching and detection of what we call a detection about rules, general rules. This is about thinking and understanding civilization, and this is available in Islamic civilization. And after that, it's about using the available resources, exactly as what the Prophet Muhammad did in Al-Madinah when he built the mosque by using local resources and local efforts. So sustainability is always linked with discovering the available resources, how he used rebels and the palm trees leaves to build the first mosque. But in the beginning, actually, we start the idea, the problems were kind of vague. After that, we start to look for general rules to find a type or a model to define this vague, as when we talk about the table of the chemical material and how they are designed and classified from right to left. And after that, you try to find formulas and equations. So the path of knowledge, it's about changing vague and chaos into rules and equations. So in this way, we can understand the world traditions and the way the world goes on. In this way, we can understand how the world has general rules like gravity and like other rules. The same way social life has other rules, like success in life, for example, and innovation and discovering. As I mentioned, research about ideas and the design thinking, it starts with looking for ideas, then refinement, and after that we have to foresee the future and to have hope for that, and to understand the context and to understand the added value and to understand the good deeds, which is can give the good impact. This is the main point of the volunteering, which is looking for having what we call it sustainable sadaqah, or this is what we call it for having a sustainable benefit to others. Just to stress what I mentioned earlier about innovative lab, it is not a linear process. It depends on inspiration. There was that verse that God inspired to the bees, so the bees can produce honey, which is used as a remedy for people. So even the trip of bees, it has different inputs. There is effort. Then sluky, that means they have different path. After that, there is the result where they have the honey, which is the remedy for people. It is really important in the changing situation to be able to foresee the future and to understand the model that we want, whether on the level of agriculture, education, economy, or even power. This equation talks about the many criteria related to the ability of the institution or the individual. After that, we have the opportunity, understanding the opportunities and investing in these opportunities, whether we are facing unemployment, poverty, or we have a problem in education or in agriculture, or even in power, then we change the tool, the behavior. So these three parts of the equation, they are really important. Ability, opportunity, would it change the behavior? The base of the innovative skills, it's about understanding the problem. So first of all, we have to accurately understand the problem, then apply the solution. After that, make basis of the solution through rules and through instructions and criteria. After that, to spread the idea. This is what we call it, the pyramid of the skills. It started from down at top, about understanding the idea, applying it, and then spreading it. Here, we are moving around this. So this is about the mutual or common innovation or mutual building. This is about taking ideas from others, and this is what we find it from the Prophet Muhammad life, when he used to listen to Ashura, to his companions, and he takes ideas and suggestions from his companions. Of course, the privilege of the social innovative, like building the mosque in El Medina, there are local solutions like the palm tree leaves, and there was cooperation between different parts of the society, and there were cross points between different sectors, whether they are economic sector or other sectors. This is what we call it open innovation. It is really important for the youth and for volunteering to focus on something really important, which is to take the risk and to spread knowledge. It is really important to take this into consideration. Of course, some nations, they were called as innovative nation. For example, Canada called itself as an innovative nation, and this is linked to their strategies and their policies, and they have what they call it the National Policy for Innovation. There are models in Bangladesh and in a number of Arab countries where they have what we call it the Poor Bank for Dr. Muhammad Yunus, who got the Nobel Prize, how he changed an idea to an institution, like the other projects you mentioned today, like Iqra project and other projects, how we can change ideas into institutions. We don't want volunteering to stay just as mere ideas. We want it to be something real and to serve the society. I mentioned how I work on the goals of the sustainable development, which they are 17 objectives interrelated with different topics like education, health, and others. Now in Japan, they are talking about what they call it a smart society. We heard about smart economic, but now is the smart society, which depends on understanding the society of the technology and the understanding of other components of economy and general policies. Innovation and volunteering, as I mentioned, we should have a suggestion. We should have a plan and indicators, and there should be sustainability of this work through indicators. There is something really important in innovative lab, what we call it business models. Business models are related in the beginning in the added value. What do I want from this project? For example, if I'm talking about organic agriculture, about bees, or about recycling, there should be an added value. So we start with this added value. So we, for example, if I want to create magazine or e-lab laboratory, or if there are any other activities I I want to do, for example, on the left, you can see this. I need human factors, or I need technologies. I have resources. I have partners. I have relationships, and I have beneficiaries. Maybe they are refugees, poor people, or students. And after that, I have to think of the cost, about the financial challenges, and what about the targeted group. All of these, this is what we call it, this slide, we call it the business model. The business model canvas, the added value, the main idea is to think of what is the new thing that you are going to provide, what can make you distinguished, what's the added value you would add. After that, you can fill in the rest of the activities from partnerships, relationships, and cost structures and resources, and etc. Of course, there are what we call it awqaf and sadaqat. There are technologies of what we call it blockchain, and the bitcoins. So we are now innovative in sadaqah and in charity through technology, and the technology can open for us good opportunities, because globalization can be used for good deeds, because and waqf for education, or for patents, or for other sectors, is something really important. So when we use different technologies, this is something good, because if you don't renew yourself, that means you would lose or you would die. This is the integral innovation model. Here I'm talking about the four pillars of the innovation. I'm talking about on the level of social and society, and on the level of people. So I want to say that innovation doesn't depend only on individuals, but it depends on institutions, and it goes up to the level of the nation, and even on the we should have on a project on the level of the Arab countries, on the Arab nation, even for people who are in the West, even in Australia or in other countries, those who left their countries. We can make use of these people online or remotely by using the technology. So we have to define the things that we need. What do we need? Do we need renewable energy? Do we need agricultural things? Or in this way, we can upgrade the situation, and we can upgrade our countries to the level of other countries. Our role in the social building, actually we are not supposed to look down at any thing, no matter how small it is. We shouldn't feel free from the future. We should not build society or future based on fear. Even Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he said that even if the doomsday started and you have a small tree in your hand, just to plant it first. But you know, the other discourse that we listen to, it's about making people more afraid, and that this is close to the end of the world. But no, we should have hope. We can't make use of the power of the youth by fear. The youth should be led by hope. So we have to plant the hope seeds in the spirit of those youth for the future. Everyone has their own direction. We have a message to the world. So the idea of having a specific director, we have to keep in mind jihad and falah in building the earth and in doing good deeds, because the good deeds upgrade us. It is really important to try to not be astonished. Our nation should stop being astonished and always wowed by other nations. In this way, we can be innovative, because we can't innovate any new thing if we are always astonished and taken by the Western model. Because innovation is always related to our context and to our civilization. To summarize, we have to choose innovative, and this is part of the process of infiltration and having hope. And peace be upon you. If you have any question, I'm willing to answer. Please, Dr. Abdurrahman. Dr. Muhammad Mahsen, thank you. Dr. Aoudi, thank you very much. We really appreciate what you presented. Dr. Muhammad Mahsen, can you please take the floor? I think that we should give him the permission. Thank you very much, Doctor, for this presentation and for this steps that where we should start and where we can end. Of course, innovation and social innovative needs a course. This is my own opinion. It needs more about 35 hours of training. There should be exercises and assignments so the attendees can benefit more. But I believe that this is this introduction and the artistic touches that we can make use of can be developed. So now we have about 10 minutes. If you have any question, please write it on the chat in the chat box. Any question, you can write it in the chat box. Of course, we are not able to use the mic because we can't afford the time. So if you have any question, please leave it in the chat box.
Is it possible? Yeah, you can that you can share with us the material. Yes, it's possible. Yes, we will send it to you. A very nice question. Do you have an international bank for creative ideas? There are some initiatives, attempts at the national level in some of the countries. Yes, there are attempts for some of the countries and some of the organizations to do that. In Arab countries, like Jordan, they have a project, a creative nation or a creative Jordan. However, internationally speaking, this is a good idea to be transformed into something on the level of the Arab and Islamic world. However, some Arab countries, I said, are doing this on the national level. Another question to continue on the same line, Doctor. You know, engineers like to be practical. Can we start this creative bank for ideas? Yes, of course. Can we now? For example, in cooperation with the colleagues in Bivol, can come up with this idea of the bank for creative ideas so that we can develop and accumulate bit by bit so that we are on the level of the international community. The other question, how can we protect our ideas from this stealth? Usually there is a property right. There are institutions which protect your property right, and there are two schools. Some other school would say creativity is open. The ideas are presented to everyone. They are allowed to everyone. It's called open creativity. Well, there are two schools actually. One school would like to make the property rights as material to be sold, and the other communist school would say no, it shall be public for everyone. This was actually an issue which was discussed by the people in the past about the internet. They said internet is a public good. And when it became a public good, other companies have depended on them in making money. I believe new ideas open new roads. Don't be afraid of sharing ideas and spreading them freely. You have also talked about sustainability and measuring it, linking sustainability to creativity and the social arena. What is your opinion here? We shall have an awareness in the three circles: the social, the economic, the environmental. Those are the pillars of sustainability. You cannot forget that we live on this earth, so that any new invention shall take into consideration those principles of preserving the environment, because you cannot invest on a dead globe. The resources of earth, the air, the water, the energy, as even the pandemic itself, some of the schools, some ideas say that why do we have the pandemic, the viruses? Is that because as human beings we have destroyed the environment and we have minimized the distance between us and between the rest of the living creatures, because we have destroyed the agricultural area, the forests, and this is why we have corrupted earth. However, we might come back to Allah. لعلهم يرجعون. There's always a chance to review, to rethink, to contemplate, so that we go back to the right track and review what is happening. The colleague Noura Atabi is saying this is not the question. The question is, you can open the mic and ask whatever you want. Since we have time, we have 6 minutes left. The floor is yours. Ms. Noura, the floor is yours if you would like to ask your question. We know that sometimes opening the mic might take some long time. If you raise your hand so that we can also help you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, Noura? Noura, the floor is yours. Yes, it's clear. Yes, it's clear. I just wanted to ask to open the mic because I have a question about another issue in regard to sustainability. You mentioned that we shall measure it, and that we need to have a volunteering team which has the ability to build their own sustainability of the business model they have. So the first pillar in the team is the team itself, not just the goals, but what when you talk about it, it's volunteers, a team of volunteers, and volunteers usually don't continue working in the same line, maybe because you have a team for a certain age, people might have a business, or maybe they get employed, they work, they marry. That's why rarely you find a team which is purely volunteering for 10 years. This is a big obstruction because you cannot come up with a plan, a sustainability plan, where you start with it and you don't know how it's going to end. So I've been in this field for 15 years, and we always start project with some people and we end with others. So starting and ending is always difficult because we don't have always harmony, and it takes off our time, and then that we lose the desire to have more people, because every time you need to share with them the new ideas, and you need to build them. They usually be very enthusiastic, and then they suddenly disappear, or they show that they don't have any interest, or they start problems, or maybe they lose their enthusiasm. Away from, it's nice to talk about sustainability. I was dazzled by your presentation. It's been a while since we've heard such a level of scientific basis. This is not what we want. Actually, this is something I can write now, and it gives me 99% in theory. But when we talk about the field, it's very different. Yes, Noura, can you be short? I've just finished. We don't have a volunteer team which can build what you said. on the ground, which will take this and I'm not talking about an institution or organization or NGO. I'm talking about a volunteering team of 20 people who are, for example, in their beginning of lives. There are always difficulties in regard and challenges in regard to sustainability of building the mind, the personality, which is what we need. Volunteering is a need for that. We use the salmon as an example because the salmon goes against the current to renew themselves, and we all go against the current because we all have our own issues and our own work. But I would always say, be always optimistic, be always dependent on Allah, and as well remember the hadith فغرسها. The last question from Dr. Omar Al-Asiri of Mr. Omar Al-Asiri. Your hand is raised, Mr. Omar. Mr. Omar, you've raised your hand. If you have any questions, you can open the mic and you can ask. Peace be upon you, his blessings and mercies. You have enriched us in this meeting, and yes, this is very important, and I'm very highly appreciative of what you have provided. I'm asking about the volunteering ideas. Can we go back to a specific reference in this regard so that we can imitate them? Thank you. I believe that, as I said, there are industrial countries, big companies. They document their ideas through the brainstorming they have, through conferences they go to. There is a methodology they use to identify and classify the ideas and to transform them into a product. They reach a product, they develop a new product through this. So this is a new product development method. They have a methodology to do that. So when we go to volunteering, I believe the ideas shall be filtered, classified, testing them, and then transforming them through design thinking, through other processes to frame them and make them a new institution or a new product. Lina Hashim. Miss Lina, it seems that there is a raised hand. We will be going over time. Lina Hashim, you can ask. I hope that I have answered you, Mr. Omar. Yes, thank you very much. Miss Lina? Maybe she's not with us, or you need to unmute yourself. You can open your microphone, by the way. It's open for everyone. You can, hi. Good evening. I would like to thank you. I was so happy today with this conference. The points and the meetings, the speakers, everything was amazing, and we have ended this with the information was very important. However, for volunteering at youth time, at the university time specifically, what is after that? Yes, they have volunteered. Do you have extra points, grades? That youth will not live their life just volunteering. They want to build their future, their life. How can they benefit from volunteering in their work and gaining experience in their next career? This is the question. We need to pressure this. We need to ask the decision makers and the governments about this. They need to look at the volunteering period of time to be a part of for example, the experience they need to use when they apply for jobs. So why don't we document and use this in their through a file, through, for example, a specific database, so that the students can have a good card for the future to apply for jobs, For example, here we are talking about specialized volunteering. Let's talk about my specialty, for example, the medical, the engineering, social, so that this shall be in the participation of the society. Because what we want this youth to be interested in volunteering. Thank you, Ms. Lina. A very nice question. There have been some attempts by universities in the Arab world, like in Jordan. There was a training which was done so that the student will not be graduating until they provide for a specific number of hours for social services. The universities like Harvard, for example, they don't just accept the academic grade, they always have the condition of volunteer job. This allows for the student to go to jobs later because they have developed their networking capabilities, social intelligence, and quotient says this applies for work. So volunteering doesn't stop when you graduate. It becomes part of your identity. You service others. You need to have institutions which will help even the employees, whatever age they were of, even the retired, to be able to provide for others. I was in Asia, for example, in Taiwan, the retired people work in libraries as guides who talk to people about museums and libraries. So it's important to continue doing this even after the 60s. Even if after retirement you can do volunteering work. So we need to use all the potential. Mr. Mustafa? Doctor, I think we have been after time. We have. I apologize from the colleagues who we could not answer their questions. You can communicate with the conference. We should have ended at 9:50 but now it's 9:55. So at the end, I am all thankful for and grateful for you, Doctor. I'm as well thankful for all the participants for your participation, for your questions, which have enriched this. We had a good interaction between us and between the doctor. Hopefully we meet again in other workshops. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. We meet together tomorrow in another workshop with Dr. Rawa Al-Ayubi about the workshop of creative design creativity. We have another workshop for that. See you. Thank you, Dr. Aude. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Mohsen, all the brothers and sisters. Now we leave you to an open time to visit the exhibition as well. See you tomorrow, inshallah. We will also have the exhibition open all the day. See you tomorrow at 4 o'clock Mecca time to continue together our trip of this conference with our the professors and lecturers who are going to be with you. The time is open now to visit the exhibition. Tomorrow we will also have the time for you to do that. All due thanks to everyone. May Allah protect you all. Peace be upon you. رابط بصراحة وعندي 1000 حدا بده يحكي معي هلا بتقولي الناس كفت يوم 5 الشهر لما